Kindly, Esther Maina, unmute yourself. Esther Maina.
Yes, good morning.
Morning, Esther.
Yes, let's pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we are humbled before you this morning. We want to thank you for this morning you have given us, oh God, the second day, oh God. How we pray, Father, that you are going to be with us, you are going to guide us, you are going to open our mind so that we can understand all what we are going to discuss today, oh Father. May you be with our host and our co-host, oh God, and all the members of this group, Father. May you be our guider, may you be our protector in everything that we are going to do today. In Jesus' name, I do pray, trust, and believe. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Esther. So we want to start, colleagues, by thanking God for the new year. I was not with you yesterday, so I want to believe that you had a good session yesterday. So we want to thank God for crossing with us into the new year. We are not taking anything for granted. And so even this day, being the 4th day of the year 2023, we are grateful to God. Today, if you look at your program, we are supposed to be looking at instructional leadership. But before we go into instructional leadership, which is the lesson for today, I would like us to have a brief recap of what you learned yesterday. And so, so I would like you to go to your Google browsers, go to your browsers, and then you type menti.com. Type menti.com on your Google browser. On your Google browser, menti.com. Yeah, get there. Yes, if you are already there on menti.com, there is a number that I want you to insert. What is it asking for? Is it asking for a particular number? Yes, menti.com. Are you there already? Let me also go to where we are supposed to be. Yes, when you go to menti.com, I want you to type this. I want you to key in this number where you have typed www.menti.com. You are being asked to join a presentation. You say yes. The code that I want you to enter is 850. That is 850 48 570. 570. The code is 850 48 570 is the code. So I want you to start presenting, or rather bringing in your answers. You start presenting your answers. The question is, you are supposed to mention one TPD, one method of assessing TPD. You learned yesterday on assessment. So we want to remind ourselves, what are these various methods of assessing TPD? How are we going to, what is the criteria that we are going to use to assess you? So please let the points come, let those methods come streaming. Let them come streaming. Yes, I can see another one has written portfolio. E-portfolio. Is it only the portfolio be specific? Because we can also have the hard copy of the portfolio. E-portfolio. Reflective channels, very good. How else are you supposed to be? Is it called a synthesis? It is called a final synthesis. I want to see which you just mentioned one. Don't mention many, just one. I want to see the one that people are coded very well. Reflective channel, e-portfolio, reflective channel. So it is like e-portfolio is taking the spelling, mwalimu. Nano yan andika e-portfolio iwo. E-portfolio, you write it properly. E-portfolio, final synthesis, wonderful. Final synthesis. Somebody has just written synthesis, the 3 W's. Which are these 3 W's? Maybe you will mention to us later during the course of the lesson. So those are the key areas that we are supposed to be assessed on the final synthesis. And I'm sure you are told that this one, it is done at the end of the module. Like for example, now as you are coming towards the end of the introductory module, you are supposed to write something like more or less like a term paper on what you have covered on your journey. You pick on a specific topic that you want to explore more on. I think you want to apply in your how you are going to apply in your teaching and learning. Reflective channels, you keep on reflecting after every topic, you make a reflection. And that is why I'm sure you are told that you're supposed to have, at the end of this module, you should have 13 reflective reflections. That is just what you have learned, what you would like to learn more, and what you are still wondering about. And then the e-portfolio, I also want to believe that you had a good session on e-portfolio, especially how to create an e-portfolio. The beauty is that we shall give you, we even have some videos. We have some videos that you will be able to replay at your own time on how to create an e-portfolio, even using your smartphone. So we have those recorded videos. We shall put them in your WhatsApps so that at your own time you are able to go to go through the entire process until you are able to share the link with your facilitators or on the virtual campus. So that is basically that on how the assessment is going to be done. But today we are not going to look at assessment. We have come to the end of assessment. You came to the end of assessment yesterday. Thank you. I can see the answers are still streaming in. People are still on the menti.com. And so this is one way that you can use to assess, I mean, just to have a recap with your learners, because now it is about embracing digital literacy. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sharing, for giving us a feedback of what you learned yesterday. I can see constructive learning took place yesterday, and you are wonderful students. Okay, so so today we are going to be looking at instructional leadership, and I want to congratulate you because you are coming towards the end. You are coming towards the end of the introductory module, because I can see the last one that will be you will be looking at you will be looking at financial literacy. So let me put on slideshow so that you are able to see well. Okay. Are you able to see the screen well?
Yes, it's clear, Madam Paris.
It's clear, yeah? Thank you, Nancy.
Karibu sana.
Nancy, say hi. Say hi to the participants.
Hello, good morning, dear participants. I welcome you for day 2 session, which, as Madam Paris has told you, it's going to form the end for this introductory module. So all what you're required at the end of it all is to have a thorough note on the assessments which will be done. So you'll be assessed on the final synthesis, the reflective journals, and also the e-portfolio. So take note of that, and what you're going to learn through, please remember, because it's going to be quite important even as you in your day-to-day teaching. Thank you and have a good day. Karibu Madam Peris, endelea.
Asante Nancy. So welcome colleagues from counties 24 to 47. Yeah, quite a number of counties. I wish we had all the time. We could hear greetings from every county, right from county 24 all the way to county 47. So, but because we do not have time, quite the content is quite heavy. So we shall start right away go into the content. And so the topic of today is the concept. We are going to be looking at the concept of instructional leadership and the role of teachers as instructional leaders. So many times maybe we have been having a different view or different opinions or as to what an instructional leader is all about. You might have been wondering, as a teacher, as a classroom teacher, are you an instructional leader? As a head of institution, are you an instructional leader? So some of you might have even been thinking that maybe even the boards of management, because they are leaders, they are also instructional leaders. But you'll find that as we go into the session today, by the end of this session, we should be able to know who are instructional leaders, or who are whether you are whether teachers. I mean, who are these instructional leaders? And so we want to start by saying that the core business of every school or every learning institution, where you are, your core business, the core business of the institution where you are, is to provide an opportunity for learning to every learner. Every learner is supposed to access a quality teaching in your learning institutions, because that is your core business. That is the core business why learning institutions, why schools exist in the first place. And so it is to provide every learner with an opportunity to learn. And you also find that for there to be effective teaching and learning going on, we need to be looking at the environment. How is the environment? And that is why we always we always have to talk of providing a conducive learning environment. For those who have done our diploma, you know of our module 4, talking about learner-friendly institutions, that the environment should be conducive for the learner. They should be conducive for learning, so that the learning can take place effectively. And so what we are saying here is that instructional leadership simply entails teachers focusing on their instructional role as knowledgeable and experts. You are experts, you are full of knowledge. You are the people who are the experts in the field. And because you are the experts, we expect you to lead and support the teaching and learning process. And so so you are instructional leaders in your own making. So instructional leadership is about providing the lead, or providing guidance, providing support in the teaching and learning process. Just from the word instruction, instruction in essence refers to teaching. So you'll find that now when we talk of instructional leadership, it is about leading and supporting the teaching and learning process in the school. So who are these that lead and support the teaching and learning processes? Those are the instructional leaders. And we are saying a teacher leader can be defined as one who is in a non-supervisory. That is, you work with minimum supervision. For you to be a leader does not need to be supervised. You are ready to go out of your way, and you don't need to be policed around. It should be in a school setup. For us to talk of a teacher leader, it should be in a school setup, providing support towards the implementation of the curriculum. So as a leader, you need to build your own instructional capacity. For example, now we have said instruction in itself refers to teaching. So you need to build yourself. You need to develop yourself together with your colleagues with the aim of increasing the learning outcomes in your schools. The bottom line, we want to increase learning outcomes. So as much as you want to lead and support the teaching and learning process, we are saying also there is need as a leader, as a teacher leader, to develop yourself, to improve yourself, to build your own capacity. And so you find that, so in this session, basically today, we shall be looking at the concept of instructional leadership. That is, what is it all about? What is instructional leadership? What it's all about, and what it entails, And so these are the learning outcomes, or rather what we need to master by the end of the day. We should be in a position to demonstrate, or rather we are saying by the completion of this session of today, we should be in a position to demonstrate understanding of the concept of instructional leadership. We should be able to give a brief explanation, or rather to master what instructional leadership entails. Secondly, we should be able to utilize effective instructional leadership skills in the teaching and learning process. So I want to mention that in today's lesson, we shall spend a lot of time to look at the skills that we expect an effective instructional leader to possess. As a good instructional leader, what are the skills that we expect you to possess? Thirdly, is to analyze strategies and approaches to effective instructional leadership. So we should look at those approaches. And lastly, we should also be in a position to appreciate the role of heads of institutions. Now, when I talk of the heads of institutions, these are the principals from the secondary schools, as well as the head teachers of the primary schools, and as well as teachers and instructional leaders. So, as instructional leaders. So, in other words, we are going to be categorizing each. We shall be looking at the role of heads of institutions, the two of them. What are their roles as instructional leaders? What is expected of them as instructional leaders? And again, we shall have another session where we shall be looking at teachers as instructional leaders in the same session. So I would like us to, we are going to be going to our breakout rooms, and we are going to, as usual, we are going to be, we want to explore, we want to go for an exploration and try to look at the concept of instructional leadership. And so we want to, I would like to hear what you already know, about the concept of instructional leadership. And on the other hand, when you also go to the breakout rooms, can you also put down each one of you to say what you want to know? What you want to know about the concept of instructional leadership, so that as we go deeper, you will be able to see whether what you already know is actually what it is, and then what you want to know, I will be able to assess at the end of the lesson whether you have been able to achieve. So I want to go to Nancy. I don't know whether the breakout rooms were created. Yes, let me see. Yeah, they are there. So I will stop sharing. I don't know. You got the point. You got the question. When you go to your breakout rooms, question number 1, or the first attempt, is you give us, or you write down, you appoint a secretary, as usual, appoint a secretary to note down the points, what you already know about the concept of instructional leadership. And part 2, what you want to know. So the secretaries for the various groups, when you go to the rooms, remember the rooms, you will be able to unmute yourselves. You appoint, you have a chairperson, you appoint a secretary who will note down the points. And then now, when we come back to the plenary, the secretary should be in a position to share with us. So I will stop sharing. And then I can see we are 230, that is good. Adelaide is still saying good morning all, good morning Adelaide. So allow me now to create the breakout rooms because we are 230. This is big. So let me have Nancy, we can have how many? Maybe we can have.
Is it possible to have 25 in a room to get 9 groups?
So I can, okay, let us say 10.
We get 10, eh? Yeah, so.
What you do at 10? Yes, what you do at 10? Let me put 10, and then
Okay.
yes, we can go there. So I'm creating the breakout rooms now, and now I'm opening. So immediately you go to your breakout rooms. Please don't waste the time. You appoint the secretaries immediately. So I'm opening the all rooms now. Ensure you click join. That room that comes, you click join so that you find yourself in a breakout room. You click join. I want the F to see everyone in a breakout room. Nancy?
Yes, Madam Paris.
Yeah, there are those who are still left in the breakout, I mean in the plenary. Help me, we send them to breakout rooms. What you will assign them rooms.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Yeah, I'm doing that. You unmute and you start talking. because time is set.
You know, we are together. We are in the plenary. Mimi niko na wewe kwa plenary. So we are, I can see they are, but now come it is reading 47.
That is, you've stopped or you post the recording?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Sawa.
Because they will just, there's nothing going on now.
Okay, fine. Sawa. Can you unmute yourselves in this room and you get talking? Muthe and Benjamin Okia, can you move? You're not talking in the room. Hello? Yes?
Now people are coming back to the plenary. Welcome back. Okay, thank you. So I want to believe you had a good experience in the breakout rooms. And I want to congratulate each one of you because you were able to unmute yourselves, you were able to discipline yourself inside there, and that was good. You conducted yourself well in the plenary rooms, and we are happy that you are coming to the end of the introductory module, and you are able to maneuver your way. You are able to find your way in the breakout rooms. So we want to hear now the presentations. I would like to request the secretary of group one. Group one, is your secretary ready? You raise up your hand. Yes, I can see Juliet Odindo, you are ready. Unmute yourself, please. Unmute yourself, Juliet.
Yeah, good morning, madam.
Morning. Spend the
Hello.
possible and tell us what you know and what you read, what you want to learn or what you want to know.
Hello, it's Juliet here.
Yes.
I think you can get me clearly.
Very well.
Okay, thank you, madam. Okay, as we have said earlier, heads of institution are the principals, school head teachers, plus the heads of institution. And according to group one, what you wanted to know about the instructional leaders, what we know about them is that they're the ones who provide direction and lead others to ensure policies are implemented in a school. An instructional leader is also one that the teachers and another role that is that the head teacher, the instructional leaders and teachers and the head of the institution play a big role to give support and guidance to the learners as well as teachers. Instructional leaders also provide materials for learning, provide materials to ensure that learning takes place smoothly. They also influence other people in attaining learning goals. This is both the teachers and the learners. Instructional leaders also, they give direction and ensure that objectives are set and achieved. That's what you know about the instructional leaders. Are we together, madam?
Yeah, we are noting down your points.
Okay.
Quite elaborate. Maybe you
Yeah,
can also highlight for us what you want to know.
Yeah, what you want to know is that, one, my group member had a concern on how one can be a better instructional leader. Number two, how as a leader, I can improve the learning and teaching of students. And another group member also had a question about how one can, the qualities one must possess to be an effective instructional leaders. Those were the three we were able to come up with, madam.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, group one. Appreciate group one. Ladies and gentlemen, go to your reactions. Give them the flowers, clap for them, thumbs up. Where are the reactions? Go to the reactions. Yes, thank you, Esther. Wow, I can see red roses of her hair. Very good, Emily. Thank you for appreciating group one. Rono, thank you for appreciating group one. Thank you, group one, for that good work, especially what you know. There is so much you know about instructional leadership, and especially the issue of supporting the learners to achieve the learning outcomes. Okay, can we, so that is group one. I will not be able to pick all the groups because of time, but you'll find that I will, if I don't give you opportunity now, we still have some more activities to undertake before the end of the lesson. So can we hear from, that was group one, from group five. Group five. So yes, group five. Philemon, are you? Philemon Ocheng, are you in group five? Yes, Paul. Paul, unmute yourself, Paul.
Yes.
Yes.
This is Paul, Mr. Paul, and we were in group 5. This is, can you hear me well?
Yes.
This is what we discussed of what we know. Number one, teacher takes the lead as an instructor in every learning activity. Number two,
There is somebody who has some, there is some noise from the background.
instructing need to be planned in a very sensible and structure. The instructional yes.
Yeah.
Then number 3, teacher takes the role of the guide as an instructional leader. Then number 4, the teacher as an instructional leader should be self-driven.
Okay, I've muted. Oh, Madam Paris, ask Paul Ogada, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, because of the noise, Paul, we are, the host has decided to mute everyone. So unmute yourself again, Paul.
Yes,
Paul, I think it's your background where there is noise.
Yeah.
Can you now hear me well?
There are some children playing at the background. Kindly take care of your background. Okay.
I hope they are now far.
Okay, you can now talk.
Another point is that teacher being an instructional leader should be a role model to the learners. Then also teacher being the teacher as an instructional leader should be the source of the information. Those are some of the things that we know.
The roles. Most of you are bringing out their roles. We just want to hear what does instruction leadership entail? What is it all about? What is it all about? Thank you, Eric. Yes, we have noticed there was a lot of noise for the background, but now there is silence. Thank you, thank you, thank you for noting that, Eric. So thank you, Mr. Paul, for that presentation. Do you have anything else that you want to know? Anything else, or you have exhausted? Paul? Okay. Now, the last one, we want to hear from group 9. Group 9. Group 9, who is your secretary? Your secretary to raise up your hand or his hand. Is it Philemon? If you have presented, kindly you lower your hand. Then let me also mute. Yes, Philemon, you are the one presenting for group 9. Unmute yourself, Philemon.
Hello, thank you. I'm not presenting for group 9, actually, I'm group 10.
Oh, group 10.
But I wanted to, hello, Paris.
Yes, we are
I would
here.
like to maybe just answer what you asked and maybe present one pertinent question that my group mates asked about instructional leadership.
Yes.
Okay, fine. I was in group 10 and our leader was Mary. And one, they said what they know about instructional leadership, that it is the management of the curriculum, how it works, to ensure it works. There is working together with teachers to establish best practices. This was Christine who said that, to ensure that. Another contributor said that instructional leadership is a way of working without supervision with other colleagues to increase academic achievements. This was Joyce. Another contributor said instructional leadership to them was leading with an example as a role model to ensure outcomes are achieved, essentially leading by example. This was Mary. Then Kirui said that instructional leadership has a goal for heads of institution and teachers to increase school achievements, high levels of responsibility, to stay focused in a strong way on learning. Mohwana lastly said instructional leadership helps to monitor learners' progress during learning. What we wanted to know, members wanted to know if instructional leadership is limited to administrators only, how teachers, other teachers can also come in. Another member wanted to know, this was Mary, how to acquire skills and knowledge on instructional leadership, especially for those who may have not been born with those talents or skills. Elizabeth wanted to know the characteristics of a good instructional leader or good instructional leadership. Mohwana wanted to know how to implement instructional leadership in the various institutions, that is at primary level, secondary level, tertiary level. Dorina also wanted to know, like Mary, like Elizabeth, the skills required for an instructional leader. Then Geoffrey Gesicha came up with a very interesting question on how to overcome leaders who are not conversant with or adept at implementing good instructional leadership. Leaders who may at times get into conflict with their teachers, leaders who may come up with cliques or groups and things like that in school, which may somehow deride the efforts of administering this the curriculum. Then Elizabeth pointed out that we need to find out, in connection with what Geoffrey asked about the inquiry circle. Those are the points that we had. Thank you, Paris.
Thank you, Philemon. A wonderful teacher indeed, mentioning your learners by name. That's quite good.
Thank you.
Your group have just done a wonderful job. It's like you have given almost a summary of what we are supposed to do to look at today. And you have brought out again, just like group 1, a lot of roles of instructional leaders. And I'm also happy that what you want to know, for example, now what are some of the characteristics of a good instructional leader? And again, our teachers, part of us with instructional leaders or administrators. So we shall look at that. As we unpack what we are going to look at today, then we shall be able, you will be able to see where you are. And I would like you to remember the points that you have discussed in your breakout rooms as we go through the content. Please flash back and see whether what you contributed or what you discussed is in tandem or is speaking to what we are discussing on the floor. So thank you so much, Group 10. Now we are going to stop there. So we have Group 1, Group 5, and Group 10 you are presented. So next time we shall give other groups. Thank you so much. I can see that we are being showered with a lot of flowers. You are being congratulated for the beautiful presentation. Thank you, Group 10, for that good work. So, so then, ladies and gentlemen, we get back again to where we left, so that we can move on. And we are done. We are done with that exercise. We want to move to something else. So, in other words, we want to. Well, rather in a nutshell, we want to look at now the concept of instructional leadership. So we want to see whether what you brought out is actually related to this. And you'll find that we are saying that instructional leadership is simply a leadership, as we had said earlier, that supports the development of teaching and learning process. So it's about the teaching and learning, ladies and gentlemen, the entire process that we undertake or that we follow to implement the curriculum. So it is referring to using different names. So for example, now when we talk of instructional leadership, we are talking of one providing leadership as far as pedagogy is concerned. So when it comes to the real teaching, that is why you find that, like, for example, now the school leaders, the heads of institutions, they are the teacher number one. They are the teacher number one. And so you find that even as the teacher number one needs to be at the top, so that you are able, as far as pedagogical skills are concerned, so that as the teachers are delivering the content, as the content is being delivered in class, you are able to know as a head of institution that actually the real teaching is going on and the right methods are being delivered. It's about embracing learner-centered methods, whereby you find that the learners are the ones to they are not just receiving what the teacher is giving them, but you find that there is learner-centered leadership. There is also leadership for learning. What we are saying here is that the leaders are also learning. When we are at a leadership position, learning does not come to an end. And that is why you find that we even have the TPD going on, because people, leaders, as leaders, there's learning going on. There is learning going on. You keep on building your capacity. You keep on developing yourself. Because when it comes to instructional leadership, you always have to go to search for more knowledge. You research for more information. It is student-centered leadership in that the learner, the learning outcomes should always have the learner in mind. When as much as we are talking about supporting teaching and learning, you find that a good instructional leader must always have the learner at heart, because it is about thinking about the learner. It's about thinking about the learner. So we are saying that There are some represent specific and focused practices in which school leaders engage to intentionally support the development of effective teaching and learning. So it's about embracing those practices in our schools, which support effective teaching and learning in the school. So an instructional leader should come out so strongly to support the teaching and learning process. So in other words, we are saying there is general consensus that instructional leadership includes the following. And you have mentioned some of them. You have mentioned some of them. Like, for example, now we are saying that when we talk of instructional leadership, there must be a strong focus on learning. It's about learning taking place, effective learning taking place in a learning institution. It's about developing teaching and learning objectives at the beginning. What is it that we want to achieve? What is it that, what are the learning outcomes that we want to achieve? Holding high expectations of the students. Like, for example, now, if the learners at the beginning need to know what is expected of them. You even, like, for example, now when you have just looked at CPC in the second topic was CPC, and we saw that you even give the learners the marking scheme in advance. You give them the rubric in advance. It's about creating and supporting student learning goals. I liked what was it group 5, that an instructional leader even goes out of their way to ensure that the learning materials they are provided for the teachers and the learners so that the effective teaching and learning is going on. It's about monitoring learning progress, and I think this was brought out by group 10, that it is not just about delivering the content or implementing the curriculum, but you find that also ensuring that the implementation process is being monitored. You monitor the learner's progress. How is the learning going on? We want to, besides the waiting for the parents to come and hear what the learners are going on, I mean, how the learning is going on for their child, but you also find that as an instructional leader, you always have to be at the top of issues to follow the progress of every learner to ensure that no learner is left behind. Protecting instructional time, that time that is allocated for lesson time, that time that is supposed to be for extra co-curriculum activities, it is used for that. So we protect time that is meant for quality teaching and learning to go on. Coordinating the curriculum. You find that, like, for example, now we as an instructional leader, there is the role of coordinating, the coordinating part of it, whereby when we come to your schools, we have things like the timetables, whereby we are able to know who is supposed to be in class at what particular time, what is supposed to be taking place now, because there is a program, there is a plan. Providing instructional support, that one is for the instruction. I mean, as instructional leaders, you are supposed to provide support, especially when it comes to, for example, now the teachers, they might require a lot of support, that the learners require a lot of support. Support in the sense that you might have required to provide a conducive learning environment. You also need to provide teacher learning support. In this case, we are talking of when a teacher wants to further their studies, or you want to develop yourself, you want to build your capacity, then an instructional leader should be able to provide support to other colleagues. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a video here. We are asked to watch the video clip on instructional leadership, and after we have watched the video, so I would like you to watch the video keenly, watch and listen. And then after that, we are supposed to answer, give answers to this question. What are some of the roles of instructional leaders? So the video, as you listen, you will be able to point out this. So I'm hoping that the sound will come out well. You will let me know if you are able to hear the sound. Now, Nancy, I know you are the only one who is muted. Well, I mean, who is unmuted. You will be able to let me know.
Yes. Yeah, it is audible. It is audible.
Are you able to hear, Nancy?
Yes, yes.
Good. So we can proceed.
Okay.
Okay. I believe, yeah. So it was loud and clear, Nancy?
Yes, it was audible, Madam Peris.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Let me share the again. I wanted to stop this video because it has gone to another dimension, so I want to stop it.
you had already stopped.
Yeah, I want to go back to the slide instead of this one. Let me now scroll down. Yes.
Yeah, there you are.
Yes, so we were, no, before that, we were looking at, sorry, let me go up. After playing the video, we are supposed to look at some of the roles of instructional leaders as we watched in the video. So is there anyone who picked something, who picked one of the roles of instructional leaders as brought out in the video clip? Yeah, if you want to say something, you can lift up your hand and I will be able to give you. Nancy, you can also help me to unmute.
Okay, I can see they're writing also on the chat to motivate.
Good.
To inspire.
So one of the roles of the
to provide instructional materials, coordinate curriculum, engage, goal motivated, provider, manage learning programs, to maintain stability, supervise, goal-oriented, directing, and ensure time management, make a difference. That is role model. Monitor the progress, they control, set objectives, provides incentives to their teachers. Okay. Promote goal-oriented, promotes professional development.
Thank you. Thank you.
Confident to the teachers. Yeah, there are many.
They are quite
And the mission. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That is evidence that the class was keen and they followed the video clip very well. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, because from the video clip we have also seen some of the writers, what they say as far as instructional leadership is concerned, that they're supposed to be goal-oriented. An instructional leader is supposed to motivate the teachers, define their mission, manage their curriculum and all that, and even the environment. So we are going to proceed from there, and we shall have more time to look at the roles of instructional leaders. And so before we look at the roles of instructional leaders, we want to look at the importance. Why is it important that we embrace instructional leadership in our schools? We embrace instructional leadership practices. We are saying that the instructional leadership practices of school leaders and teachers will, at the end, will help us to increase student achievement. You'll find that when we have effective instructional leadership practices in any learning institution, you can see from the gate that in this particular, right from the gate, that in this particular school, there is effective instructional leadership going on. And so, so we are saying that when we are practicing this, when we are all doing our part as instructional leaders, then you'll find that the learning outcomes or the performance of the learners is going to go up. The academic performance is going to go high. So there's going to be improvement as far as teaching and learning is concerned in the school. So the presence of instructional leadership in a school is characterized with the following. Like, for example, now somebody was asking, what are the characteristics of an instructional leader? But now we shall look at that later. But in a nutshell, we are saying we're in a school where there is instructional leadership, where instructional leadership is being practiced to the latter. What do you expect in such an institution? And so we are saying that the presence of instructional leadership in a school is characterized with the following. One is that you expect to have high teacher efficacy. Now, when we were looking at core competencies under CPC, we said one of the core competencies is that of student efficacy. But in this one now, we are referring to teacher efficacy. That is the self-esteem of the teacher. The confidence of the teacher is very high, where there is where instructional leadership is being practiced in an institution. It contributes to creating a strong learning culture. You know, there is a lot of learning going on among the learners. They are always innovative. I mean, coming up with new ways of coming up with new ideas. They're saying, teacher, we can do this. We can do it this way. I've discovered another way of doing this. And the teachers, they are also developing themselves. Everyone is always on the run for more knowledge. Everyone is thirsting for knowledge. When it comes to the heads of institutions, they are also thirsting for knowledge. When there is instructional leadership, it creates a coherence, hence reducing teacher isolation and promoting teacher collaboration. What we are saying is that teachers will stop working on isolation. Instead, we are going to embrace collaboration. We are going to collaborate among yourselves. You are going to share knowledge among yourselves. because the environment is conducive. Because an instructional, an effective instructional leader will provide a conducive environment, a conducive working environment. And so you find that the teachers will be able to work as a team. They will be able to deliver as one and not as an individual. So there is an activity here that I would like us to use the chat and just see, try to reflect in our schools whether what we have seen even in the video, what we have learned from the video, and what was yet to cover, whether in top performing schools have instructional leadership. Have you, from the little information that we have received concerning instructional leadership, can we say that in our top performing schools now, leave alone as the curriculum reform that is taking place now, when we look back using the 844, basing it on 844 system, we have been having top performing schools. Our schools, some of the schools have been, they have been doing very well. So can we say that, so we are looking at top performing schools have effective instructional leadership. So now this is just a quote. Now we are saying, to what extent do you agree with the above statement? To what extent do you agree with the above statement that top performing schools in Kenya have effective instructional leadership? I think we shall unmute now some few people, just to maybe like 2 of them to give us their views. To what extent they agree with the above information. Yes, I can see Makambala has raised up his hand. You can unmute them, Nancy.
I've done that.
Yeah. Yes, Mwalimu, talk. Makambala, you're unmuted.
Yeah, I'm okay. Just, I think I strongly agree, of course, that schools that are performing well have good instructional leadership. Actually, in this case, we are talking about the management of the manpower. That's how the leaders can manage the teachers, the support staff, and the students in general. And then number 2, the leaders are also looking at creating a conducive environment for learning. 3, we are also looking at the leaders in the performing schools have that good relationship, good working relationship with the community. And then we also talk about the management of resources, well allocation of the available resources in their respective parts of usage.
Excuse me, can you come again on relationship? What have you said about relationship?
I've said the good performing, the performing schools we find out that the instructional leaders have a very good relationship, especially with the community. In this case, the community of our school entails the parents, the teachers, and the support staff of the school, including the sponsors. So that good relationship and rapport enables the school to have a good working environment, therefore performing well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mwalimu. So that is what you have noted, that so you are in agreement. You are in agreement that yes, top performing schools have effective instructional leadership in the sense that they support teachers. There is a lot of support for the teachers as well as the learners. You have talked about the environment. There is a conducive, they try to provide a conducive learning environment. And lastly, I've heard you talk about relationship with the good working relationship with the community, but in particular, more so with the parents. Now, what are the characteristics of top performing schools? What are some of the characteristics of top performing schools, so that we can see whether we can actually point out that though you find that when it comes to the point, what Mwalimu has given us, yes, he has given us even some of the characteristics, but is there anyone who wants to add something? I can see, let me look at the chat, Nancy. Yes.
There are several volunteers. The class is
Exactly.
attentive.
There is collaboration among the teachers. Wow. Top performing schools, the management, the entry behavior is high. Both the teachers and the learners have the same objective of doing their best. There is a lot of teamwork. Thank you. There is a lot of team teaching. I like that. There is a lot of team teaching. So that is why we are saying that when it comes to delivering, you don't deliver in as one. You find that you need to deliver you don't deliver alone. You deliver as a team. You deliver as a team. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that. Now, when I asked you to go to the breakout rooms and mention some of the, give us some of the things that you want to know about instructional leadership. One of the groups, I think group 10, they say that they would like to know some of the skills that are required of an instructional leader, And so we are saying that instructional leadership skills and effective teaching are directly related to the success of learners in a learning, in a classroom setup. So you find that the real teaching that is going on, the real facilitation that is going on in the classroom is as a direct relationship with the kind of instructional leadership skills that the instructional leader has. And so we are saying that, so an instructional leader should advocate for effective teaching by providing clarity. As the leader, you need to provide clarity and support for the teachers as well. How do you do that? By providing the necessary resources. Like, for example, now we cannot be expecting the teachers to deliver when the resources are not available. So some of the specific skills that are related to instructional leadership includes the following. Now, these are some of the skills that the I think it was group 5 that you wanted to know, that what are the skills that an instructional leader should have. One is that we are saying that an effective instructional leader should possess good communication skills, should be able to know to communicate well. Communication in the sense that it can be both written as well as verbal communication, able to express yourself well and for you to be heard. So you can use the various channels of communication to reach to the teachers, to reach to the parents, but you find that communication skills is key. It is key. Let people, a good instructional leader should be in a position to communicate the intentions. What is it that you want people to know? What is it that you want the learners to acquire? So that is one of the skills. We are also saying that another skill of a good, effective instructional leader is effective planning. Should be a good planner. Like, for example, now we have talked about providing resources, supporting the implementation of the curriculum, providing support in teaching and in the teaching and learning process. You'll find that these resources need to be obtained in the school, and so there should be budgeting. It should appear in our budget. These resources that we require might need to be planned in advance, even in the procurement plan. And even in when it comes even to the timetables, all this is about planning. So a good instructional leader must be a good planner. Now, competency, you must also have the competencies. Like we have talked about pedagogy, that even as the head of institution, for example, is the teacher number one. So when we go to class to carry out lesson observation, we should be ahead of things so that you are able to assess this particular person well. So we are saying that it's about acquiring the ability. You should be in a position to do more or even to know more than the teacher. So teachers rely on instructional leaders for information associated with instructional methods. That's now the pedagogy that we have been learning about, and even the current trends. What are the new things in education? And so that's why we are saying that as instructional leaders, you need to develop yourself, build your capacity, so that you can even be innovative when it comes to even to delivering the content in class. There is an effective instructional leader should also have a skill in team building and collaboration. You should be a team builder, whereby you encourage, as a leader, you encourage teamwork among the staff and also even among the learners. Let the learners work as a team. Let the teachers work as a team. Let the support staff work as a team. So you find that, so they say that the people are able to work in an harmonious harmonious and peaceful environment. So if we are talking about providing a conducive learning environment, a positive learning environment for the learner and also for the teachers to teach effectively. So an effective instructional leader must have the skill of collaboration. Another one is trustworthiness. We expect a lot of trustworthiness from an instructional leader, in that a positive and fair leader easily earns the trust of their staff. And when you trust the staff are also able to trust you. So you allow the staff to look to the leader in good times as well as in challenging times. So supporting them to deliver the content in an harmonious way. And where they are having challenges, the instructional leader will also come to stand in with them. See them through to come out of the challenge, to come out of that particular challenge. A good instructional leader should remain calm. Even in the midst of confusion, just remain calm and now provide direction. Be fair. When issues are being discussed, you always have to use a lot of emotional intelligence to see which side to, where should you stand on whenever debates or issues are being discussed. So as an instructional leader, please try to win the trust and confidence of your colleagues. We are also saying another skill that we expect, or attribute that we expect from an effective instructional leader, is optimism. That is being hopeful, giving up to the teachers, giving up to the staff, giving up to the learners. That things are working. You create a positive environment. In a school where everything is just negative, the leader is always seeing if things are negative in this environment, that you find that people, even the learners are not going to be optimistic. Instead, they are going to have a lot of fear, even of what is to come. So it is true that when providing encouragement, rewarding a good job, or even focusing on success and happiness of teachers, students, and the institution as a whole. So as an instructional leader, see to it that there is a good environment, that everyone is being appreciated in that particular school, and we are moving towards the same direction as a team. It's about teamwork. Interaction with parents. This one was brought out by the last presenter. Like for example, now with these top performing schools, he agreed, that team agreed, or whoever was presenting to us agreed, that in top performing schools there is good interaction between the parents and the school. So a good or effective instructional leader must have a skill in knowing how to relate well with the parents, because the parents, they contribute so much towards the implementation of the curriculum. if I can ask Nancy to unmute everyone, you will find that each one of us will have something to say concerning the input of their parents towards the implementation or the successful implementation of the curriculum. So we are saying that instructional leaders should be in a position to recognize the importance of our parents' role in the success of their children. They contribute so much. And so it is now for you as instructional leaders just to give the parents an opportunity. Give them an opportunity. Give them space, and they will be valuable, and they will bring in their input and the ideas that will go towards improving the learning outcomes of their learners. Now, so I've talked about so much about the skills that are required of an effective instructional leader. Now, in this activity, we have listed the skills again, and we are saying, giving specific examples from a school situation. Discuss how each skill helps in enhancement of teaching and learning. Like, for example, now when we say an effective instructional leader must possess good communication skills, how does these communication skills help in promoting teaching and learning in our schools? So can one person, each one of you pick, one of you to pick somebody to pick communication, tell us how communication will help to enhance teaching and learning. How effective learning will help to enhance teaching and learning. How when this person has competencies, how will it enhance teaching and learning and all that. So if we can pick a few, and then Nancy, if you see our hand is up, you can unmute so that the third person can pick anything. You can pick optimism, you can pick interaction with parents. You are free to pick any randomly.
Okay, I can see Rose Biwot's hand is up. I can unmute her.
Yes.
Chepkembo Biwot, you can unmute. Your hand is up. Yes. Okay, proceed.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Rose.
Yes, I'm fine. I'm picking on this communication skill, and I'm going straight away to the CPC level. This is whereby in CPC, we have a lot of resources like the material, teaching and learning materials, whereby if you don't have a good communication between the learner and the parent, you will never even get the materials for the next lesson in the next day. Thank you.
Okay. So we are saying the instructional leader should be able to express themselves well. Yeah. Speak about their intentions. What is it that you want their parents to do? Someone else, thank you. So unmute yourself, Rose. The moment you are done, you unmute yourself. Thank you. Somebody else to pick another one. Somebody has picked the communication. So someone else to pick something different. There are so many of them, Nancy. Okay, let me unmute Akinyi Mary. Unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you, Madam. I want to speak on team building and collaboration, which is very important. With the team building, all people working, including the stakeholders, will be brought into board. And this will help learning process if there is that is a skill of instructional leader, if he or she possesses that team building, helping people to work together, and then they can achieve. And with the collaboration, when this leader collaborate with other schools, the performance will be high in a way that because no one is an island. So if you can collaborate with other people, you get to learn new skills, and hence the performance will be high, because working in isolation, you may not know what is happening. But if you collaborate, even with both other resources like human resource and other resources you can be able to get to increase the performance of the learners. And with the team building, people will work in the spirit, in conducive environment, viable environment, in a way they can also bring their skills into play to increase the performance. So team building and collaboration is very vital for instructional leader to achieve the goal that is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mary. So we cannot underscore the role of team building and collaboration. Yes, the Bible says that iron sharpens iron, but man sharpens man. So we are there to sharpen one another. Someone else, thank you. So you mute yourself, King. Now who has not talked? Yes, Kariti, Rachel. Rachel, unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello, Rachel. Which one are you picking?
Yes, I'm picking on interaction with parents. Interaction with parents. For me, this is very important because with the CBC, and not only even before, things have to be done, and parents are vital into the learning system. Think of materials that need to be provided to the learners for effective learning. We have to make clear interaction and relationship with parents. Think of the needs that every child has to ensure that a child is properly prepared for learning right from morning, good feeding, ensure that learners are able to communicate the issues that are even at home that would enhance proper learning. Ensure that parents know the needs of the learner in school. At the same time, the parents make the teacher aware of what is happening in different environments where the learner is interacting with. And therefore, the good rapport between the teacher and the parent will always enhance better learning. I'm also thinking of the carry home work, where a learner needs to do some work at home, call it homework, call it maybe like in digital literacy, where you're telling a learner, go pick your mother's phone, your father's phone, check on this, let your parent guide you on doing this. If we are interacting well with the parents, I'm very sure that these will be effective and our learners will be able to learn. And in this case, once parents become our friends, we are sure that the learners too will have a better platform of learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. You have explained very well the importance of having that skill in interacting with parents. Somebody else to pick a different, yes, Juliet will come on here. Maybe I can pick on somebody else who has never talked. I can see Josephine 56. Josephine, unmute yourself. Josephine, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Yes.
Okay, now you can talk.
Hello.
Hello, we are hearing you. Proceed.
Yes. Yes, I can talk about trustworthiness.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that the instructional leaders should be trusted, especially when it comes to financial matters. Mm-hmm. They should be transparent. Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you. Yes.
Yes.
Proceed.
They should be transparent in a school, so that the stakeholders can work well within, especially when it comes to finances. They should have the skill of trust. Thank you.
Okay. So there you are talking about issues of finances, also trusting. Like when it comes even to delegating, when you delegate duty to someone or to somebody else, you should be able to trust that person will do it and do it to their best level. As another one, so we have picked on trustworthiness, team building. Anyone else that wants to pick on something different? I can see your hand is up. Rose Bor. Unmute yourself, Rose Bor. Yes, Rose. Bor, continue. Okay, so let me mute you again. Somebody else, I've seen a hand for Christabel Wanyama. Unmute yourself kindly. Christabel? Yes. You have muted yourself again. Unmute. Okay, proceed, Wanyama.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I want to talk about optimism.
Optimism, yes.
Yes, an instructional leader should be positive. For example, if a very competent teacher has been transferred from school and the students are feeling like they cannot make it in that particular subject, an instructional leader should stand up and tell them that even if the teacher has been transferred, the ones that are left can still make them pass the exam. In case of bad news in school, like for example,
it's like we are losing Wanyama. I think she has a problem with network. So she's bringing out the issue of optimism, that as an instructional leader, you need to be optimistic, hopeful, giving up to whoever is around you. Someone to pick something else before we come to the end. Catherine Mbati. Unmute yourself, Catherine. Yes,
Hello.
Catherine. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm picking on competence. In
Yes.
competence, the instructional leader should give the right instructions and method to promote innovation in teaching. When it comes to lesson observation, he should observe the teachers and give the right feedback. And this encourages the school, the teachers, and the learners to learn effectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation on that. You have contributed well. So now we want to look at some of the strategies and approaches to effective leadership. So we are seeing that instructional leadership is critical in our schools. We need to possess those skills. We have looked at the skills that we need to have. We need to have competencies, the ability to be able to deliver and deliver well. We need to have skills in communication. But now we are saying that the following strategies need to be put in place to effectively provide effective leadership. So one of these strategies we are saying, one is establishing and supporting the achievement of goals. So for us to have the fruits, or to harvest the fruits of effective leadership, or more or less, more so instructional leadership, we need to establish and support the achievement of goals. So as an instructional leader, you need to have goals in place. And you find that you set priorities. Which are these areas that you need to give priority? And then now you focus on it. You provide resources towards accomplishment of this goal, and also you provide support. So that we are able to achieve that particular goal. So you find that it's about setting of goals. You set goals and then you support the achievement of those goals. You provide resources to go towards the achievement of those goals. And besides that, you also need to set high expectations for both the learners and the staff. When we talk of the staff, it's not only the teachers, but of course you find that more or less when it comes now to issues of teaching, it's the teacher to ensure that there is effective teaching and learning going on. But you find that as an instructional leader, one of the strategies you have to put in place, besides establishing and supporting the achievement of goals, is that even as you set the goals for the school, like for example, now where do you want to go? What is it that you are aiming as a school to achieve? So you, besides setting the goal, providing the resources, you also set targets. You set targets for the individuals. As another strategy is that there must be monitoring and responding to student progress. Somebody mentioned that when it comes to instructional leadership, there must be proper monitoring, even of the teaching and learning that is going on. So we are saying that one of the strategies to put in place as an instructional leader is that you need to monitor student progress. How are the learners going on? Are the teachers keeping data so that you are able to use the data that has been kept to track the progress of the learners? Because each learner must have a record of how they are performing, so that we are able to know whether the learner has a challenge, and where the learner has a challenge, then it is now about helping the learner to get back to track. So instructional leaders support teachers to make informed decisions about how to meet the needs of every learner. So because in CPC, we believe that every learner has a potential. So it's about identifying the potentials, and we nurture the potentials, and then we are able. So that's why we are talking about the portfolio. When we were looking at on CPC at the early stage, we talked about even learners creating portfolios. You remember the learner portfolio, leave alone your portfolio, the one we looked at yesterday, that the learner is supposed to keep, to file their work. They are supposed to keep track of what they are doing, so that where the learner is going off, the teacher is there to provide support. So an instructional leader should be in a position to carry out monitoring. There should be monitoring of the learner's response, and the monitoring of the learner's progress, and there should also be feedback. We are responding to the student progress by giving feedback. Telling, yes, John, you are doing well, but here you need to improve. You can do this one better. And CPC, we talk of giving positive feedback. It's about giving positive feedback because it's about optimism. Remember, a good instructional leader should have optimistic, we should be optimistic in that you are giving your people hope. You are giving their learner hope. When they come to you, you should not just trust them and tell them you are good for nothing. No, tell them there is something in you and you can do it well. Another strategy is that for there to be effective instructional leadership in our school, there is need to support teachers, to support the teacher and the leader learning. Now, this is, we are saying, there is need to support the teacher to develop themselves, and even the leader to see how they can also develop themselves, how they can engage in learning. Remember, I said earlier that it's about seeing how you can undertake more research, search for more knowledge on how you can improve yourself. So promoting professional learning and development is key in this one, as one of the strategies to ensure there is, you are an effective instructional leader, always tasked to develop yourself. Effective instructional leader participates in the professional learning of their teachers and also in professional learning to support their own leadership. So you need to support the teacher to develop themselves. You also need to go for professional development yourself. You develop yourself so that you keep on improving your leadership style. styles. You keep on improving your leadership styles. Something else, another strategy is providing a supportive learning environment. Providing a supportive learning environment, and this one we don't need to put a lot of emphasis on it because we have been talking. We covered in Unit 3 about comprehensive school health and safety, and more in this area we looked at about the safety. We looked at the safety of the learners. That the safety of the learners is critical. We cannot talk over effective teaching and learning going on in any learning institution when systems are not in place to ensure that the learner is safe. So as instructional leaders, you are expected to ensure that the learners feel safe by providing a caring environment. So we looked at even how to handle those assets. You remember how to handle maybe in the case of emergencies, what do we do? So, so encouraging teachers to collaborate can create collective responsibility in the school, which means teachers and leaders work together and have a shared sense of responsibility. And but what I want to put more emphasis on is that you provide a supportive learning environment for the staff as well as for the learners. So that is another strategy. And another strategy is evaluating curriculum and pedagogy. What we are saying is that it is more or less like the monitoring, but this one is more on pedagogy when it comes to the curriculum implementation. And now when it comes to curriculum implementation, we and also assessment. Like for example, now we want to visit their classes as an instructional leader. See what is going on. See what is going on in the classes. Because in the classroom, that is where literally the teaching and learning is going on. See what, maybe also learning can take place outside the classroom. Learning can take place at home, but we have time for classroom observation. And we want to thank God for TBAT because it has given us an opportunity even to observe one another. So you find that such practices such as classroom observation and engaging in conversations with teachers and providing feedback to the teacher will help us to improve ourselves. You will be able to receive feedback. You will be told to Teacher Jane, this one you are doing very well, but you can add more emphasis on this one. You can improve on this one. So this assumes that the leader will have, we are assuming now that the person who is doing the class observation, you have in-depth knowledge about the curriculum content and also on the issue of pedagogy. So that you cannot be able to observe me teaching class in front there when you have no idea on teaching methods. You remember the teaching methods we did in college, the ComTech. And so we are saying that principals, teachers of the primary schools cannot be expected to provide substantive, in-depth feedback on curriculum and pedagogy across multiple disciplines. So because you find that the heads of institutions, they cannot be, all of them cannot be good in all their subjects. Like for example, now maybe as a principal, I trained in history. My major was history and CRE. And so, but I need to, there is a lesson that I need to observe for a math teacher. So you find that is where we have now to delegate. We can now do the delegation. And the trustworthiness is coming in here for an instructional leader, that the person whom you have delegated to carry out that activity, to go and observe the lesson, will bring out good feedback. It will be objective, not subjective. Another activity, discuss the purpose of lesson observation in the TBAT process. Now, you have the TBAT. In the TBAT, there is an expectation that you are supposed to undertake a lesson observation. And we are being asked, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of lesson observation? Yes, any hand up or on the chat? Can we put the answers on the chat? What is the purpose?
Okay, let's watch out as they put.
The purpose of lesson observation in TBAT. Why is it a waste of time? Why should you follow your colleague to class and listen to them as they teach? Yes, to give feedback, wonderful. So one of the purposes is to give positive feedback. Yes, actually, that is the major. Yes, to build the teamwork, to identify strengths and weaknesses, to support. Very good. Wow, to give feedback. So you find that with the lesson observation is with good intention to help you as an individual teacher to improve yourself. Because when you get the feedback, you should take it positively. When the person who has observed you gives you the feedback, you should take it positively, because it is for your own consumption. It's for your own good, so that you can know your strengths, and also your weaknesses, and you work on your strengths. You work on your weaknesses and you write on your strengths. So you find that it is not for fault finding. No, it is for the good of the teacher as well as the learners. So because at the bottom line is that we want to improve our learning outcomes. So can we discuss the skills that the lesson observer should possess for effective monitoring? That person who is sitting at the back of your class, what are the skills that this person should possess? We can hear a few. Celestine. Yes, unmute yourself, Celestine Obuya.
Hello.
Yes, Celestine.
Thank you for the time. Though I had wanted to talk about optimism and I failed to and raise my hand, but now I don't know whether you can allow me to talk about optimism.
Yes, I want to say something about it.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to say that this is a skill that someone who is an instructional leader should possess, because as you lead, it is all about mindset. So if you set your mind that I am not able to do this job, or I have difficult parents, I am unable to tell them that this is my dream, then you are not going to make it. But when you now have a positive one and you keep on telling yourself that I can do it, you will be able to do it. And the parents will be able to see the results that they need in their children, and even the children will believe in you. And once you have your team believing in you, you will be succeeding in your instructional process.
Thank you. Okay. So do you have any skill that you want to give us that a lesson observer should possess?
Yeah, so for example, I do English literature. Then we need that somebody who is coming to observe, for example, me, then this person should have skills on the non-verbal cues to benefit fully or to give a clear feedback. Then again, this person should be able to be a keen listener and observer, so that this person is going to observe the movement of the girls or of the boys, is going to monitor the movement of the teacher as the teacher moves in the classroom. You know, they are supposed to be observing the students' work. So you need to know that those are the things that you're going to check, not that you're just going there to sit and to enjoy the lesson. You need to have those ones in mind.
Thank you so much. You have given us quite a number of points. I can see also the others have mentioned that besides what you have given us, that a lesson observer should be fair, lesson observer should be objective, and maybe also possess, somebody else has mentioned to possess emotional intelligence. That is good. So how can a teacher utilize the feedback from lesson observation? Now that you have been given the feedback, how can you utilize it? Just one person can tell us. How can you utilize it? Yeah, one person with, yes, Selvin Kaptuya. Unmute yourself, Selvin. Unmute yourself. Selvin Kaptuya. I think he has a problem of unmuting. Catherine, not Catherine again.
You have Akinyi, Mary Akinyi.
Okay, Mary Akinyi, unmute yourself and tell us, as a teacher, how can you utilize the feedback from lesson observation?
Yes, thank you, madam. How I can utilize the feedback from the lesson observed I just evaluate myself. Now, maybe I didn't make the lesson plan well, or I didn't do the skimming well and I've been given feedback. Do the skimming ahead of time for you to now be focused and help all the learners, and maybe provide this kind of material for this kind of learners you didn't provide. Rather than coiling back, I take that opportunity as a stepping stone by observing what I've been told to do and do it. And also, I can also even finding out more. I increase my, what I call the geographical input environment, and even check out with other teachers on how I can better myself. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. So you will be positive. You will take it positively. Very good for your own good. So, what are the characteristics of an effective instructional leader? We are saying an effective instructional leader should be skilled in classroom management. That we had been given by somebody had mentioned. I think that was group 10. That it's about it was curriculum management, not classroom. But we are saying for an effective instructional leader, it should be one who has skills in classroom management, learner engagement, as well as management of time. Not somebody when you go to class you teach continuously. There must be time limit. You deliver the content, the right content at the right time. You are able to manage your class. You are able to manage the classroom. This was we were taught in college how to manage the class, knowing the learners by name, being able to assess whether there is effective learning going on. A good effective instructional leader should be enthusiastic. That is lively and creative. You know, self-efficacy, high level of self-efficacy. Collaborator, that is working with others, not working in silo, but you work with others. A good instructional leader should be a motivator. So these are the characteristics that somebody was saying. I would like to know the characteristics when we were looking at the KWN. One of you said, I would like to know the characteristics of an effective instructional leader. So a good instructional leader must be a motivator, that is making a difference in the lives of the learners. A skilled communicator, that is where we cannot underscore this, in that you must be able to communicate knowledge that leads to learning and articulate ideas or issues as they come along. Very articulative about teaching with colleagues. Like for example, now you are able to teach with colleagues you have no problem. You are able to communicate with parents well. You are able to communicate with the learners. There is good communication. Knowledgeable in content and outcomes. Remember we talked of you monitoring. Being able to assess what the learning is going on. So you should be knowledgeable in your area. Even as a teacher, you will find that even teachers, you are also instructional leaders. You need to be competent in your area. You need to be knowledgeable in your area. So that you can deliver and deliver well. Metacognitive in the sense that you are able to assess the learner's mental state and see whether and assess how this state will affect one's performance. Like for example, now maybe a learner is going through a certain situation. Are you able to know that this learner, like when you are in class, sometimes when we're in class, you see a learner is absent-minded. The child could be going through a lot of challenges. And you as a teacher, you are just teaching in front and you are not in touch with the learners. Because so you find that there are some things that the learner is going through. Maybe there are a lot of challenges at home and the child is pondering about those challenges. So we need to be in a position to be smart enough to be able to assess the conditions that the learner is going through and how this condition will affect the learner's performance. That is why guiding and counseling now comes in. You need to be strategic in the sense that you are able to model strategic learning for the learners. Responsive, responsive to changes. Like for example, now changes might come, so but you should be able to adjust to those changing needs and demands of the profession. Like some things might come, changes might come in the teaching profession. New curriculum is coming in with new ways of or new approaches. So are you adjusting? You need to be flexible as a instructional leader. You should also be a learner. This involves continual improvement of curriculum delivery. You need to keep on improving your pedagogical skills, so that you are not using the same method year in, year out, but we be innovative enough so that we are able to hear, or rather we are able to get to apply new methods of teaching. Now, this is the last activity before we go for break, because we need to take a break before we resume, and then we close there. We come to an end of the lesson. So there is an article here that we are supposed to look at. We are supposed to read this article. You remember the teacher of the year of 2019? That was teacher Tapichi, who won and who was given an award. And so there is some information here on this particular clip, but I don't know whether it will be able to. Let me just click it. I believe it will open. So we shall read it, and then after we have read, we shall come and look at this question that according to the news article, what qualities of an effective instructional leader did teacher Tapichi possess? And lastly, how did each of the qualities help him to improve the performance of the learners? So let me see whether we can open. Okay, we are there. Are you able to see, Nancy?
Not yet, not yet.
Oh, so I have not. It is not visible.
Okay, copy that link.
It is not visible.
Not yet. Copy the link and post it on the browser.
Okay, actually, I'd done that. Let me see. Yes.
Okay, sawa. And then you share.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it is, Madam Paris. Okay.
So we are supposed to meet the winner of the Global Teacher Prize 2019. Yes, Brother Peter Tapichi. There he is. Now, this is where he was being interviewed. So you can read. We can use 5 minutes to read the article, and then we react to the questions.
For some, it is not audible. I can start from the second paragraph. As Christians, we are called upon to give our best and to reach out to people, doing what you're doing with passion and love. Giving people hope is what we should do. We have so many good teachings in the church. We also have the descriptions in the Bible. Jesus is talking to us, and we try to put that into practice by leading, not by misleading others. We look at Jesus as the best teacher, as our role model. And then we see what he was doing when he was teaching. He was able to do his work as a teacher. Scroll down, Madam Paris. How do you teach in practice? What is most important to you when you are teaching? It is all about having confidence in the student. Every child has potential, a gift or talent. Try to engage students in various activities and mentor them. It is not a matter of telling them, do this, and then walking away. You need to work with them closely. He says, I teach sciences, but I am also the patron of the Peace Club. We have children from different tribes, gender, and villages. If you are not careful, the children will stay in small groups, and this may create conflict. At the Peace Club, we have tree planting, debating activities, sports. The main idea is for the children to come and work together so that they see that they can achieve something as a group, not only as individuals. They see themselves as people who are united. This also helps them to do well in the classroom because they are able to work as a team. And then proceed. Could you give examples of practical ways of how you're teaching science to your students? He poses that question. So one of the things I really find useful to us is to integrate ICT in my classes. Children really like that. That is integration of ICT. They enjoy it. Unfortunately, he says, in my school, we have only one desk computer and one projector. So whenever I go, I usually carry my phone to take pictures to illustrate what I am teaching by projecting those images with my laptop in school. Over the weekend, suppose I go to the hospital and I see an X-ray machine. I am able to take a photo that I can use when I teach the students about X-rays and physics. Okay, so there he is in the lab. You also need to improvise. Materials are very expensive for our practicums. So I improvised picking up materials from surroundings. If I am talking about resistance, I can show a radio or another electric gadget and explain how it is working or not working, so that students can appreciate how resistance works in practice. This avoids learning to become too abstract or conceptual. As another example, when I was teaching about friction, that is tabichi, I brought a matchbox to show how friction works. The matches will light with friction, but not without. When I applied paraffin or oil to the matchbox, it did not work anymore. Students can learn from these simple examples. Proceed, Madam Paris. Oh, it's down. Your students have many awards in science competitions. What type of projects did they do? Okay, I think this is now out of what? Madam Paris, is it okay with that? Madam Paris.
Sorry. I think we can stop there, Nancy.
Yeah, we can stop there, Sawa.
Yes, let me stop sharing now. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was the interview that somebody did with teacher Tapichi, and these were his responses. His role as a teacher, why he's doing well, and all that. So we can go back to our question now. We can go back to where we were. This is where we were. According to the news article, what qualities of an effective instructional leader do you think teacher Tapichi possessed? So maybe we can have answer very fast.
Okay, some have put on the chat, committed.
Yeah, so thank you. I think we can actually use the chat. Teacher Tapichi, you can see a lot of commitment. Is a motivator. It motivates the students. Enthusiastic, yes. Collaboration. There is somewhere that he said that he used to allow the learners to work in teams, especially when there was also a club. He started clubs. There was the issue of innovation, like using locally available resources, where he brought the matchbox from home instead of the school spending money. Yeah, the whole using the old radio is a sacrificer, competent, very good. He's an innovator. Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So the last question is, how did each of the qualities help him to improve the performance of the learners? We have said is innovative, is competent. So you can pick one of the qualities. You can pick one of the qualities, and then qualities as an effective instructional leader, and then you tell us how that quality has helped them to improve the performance of their learners. Now, there is somebody by the name Lydia. Lydia, unmute yourself, Lydia Kashango. Unmute yourself, Lydia. Yes.
Yes, the learners were enthusiastic and were highly participative.
Come again.
The learners were enthusiastic, they would enjoy the lesson, and they would perform well in their exams as an indicator.
So, so one of the qualities that the teacher had is enthusiastic. And this one he has passed on to their learners. That confidence has passed on to their learners, and they are able to perform well. Any other? The last one is Mercy Okechi. Mercy Okechi. Is it Mercy Okechi? Yes, unmute yourself, Mercy. Unmute yourself, Mercy.
Yeah, madam.
Yes.
Yes, I hope you're getting me now.
Yeah, very well.
Yeah, so Teacher Tavichi, after having all those skills, helped the learners by being more demonstrative in terms of using local material. So that the learners can be able to utilize more of their time in learning more, and yet without expensing the school.
Thank you. Yes, okay, like you remember he said that he even uses his phone and his laptop to project. So the school has not incurred any money, but because he is blessed with a laptop and a smartphone, he's able to deliver the content using a digital device. And this one is just blending, bringing in a new way of a new technique of delivering the content. It makes a difference. It makes a difference. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we can go for tea. We can take a break a bit, and then we come back. We'll be looking at the role of a head of institution as an instructional leader, and we finish with the role of a teacher as an instructional leader before we call it a day. So maybe you can stretch a bit. Thank you for your participation. Thank you because you have been such a lively class, quite active. And so you can take a cup of tea, stretch a bit for 15 minutes. We come back. Let me see, what's the time? Can we come back at 11? Is 11 okay? Or 11:10 latest? Let me write on the chat. What time do you want us to come back? 30 minutes. 30 minutes. 11:30 is that is so my time. Yeah, maybe 11:15. Yes. 11:10. 11:10 is okay. Let us go for 20 minutes. 11:10 is okay. That is 22 minutes. 11:10 so that we can finish earlier. And you can be able to do other things. Okay. So enjoy your break. See you later. Thank you. So 11:10 we start the lesson. You will find us when we have started off if you come after 11:10. Thank you. So I believe we are back, all of us now. We can proceed. There are so many messages on the chat. Let me see. Almost resume back. Very good. Now we want to resume. We are late actually. So allow me to put up to project the screen so that we can proceed. We want to look at the role of teachers. The role of teachers. And we said here the head teachers are the teacher number one. The role of teachers as instructional leaders. So allow me to start from slideshow, from the current slide. Yes, that is where we stopped before we went for tea. So yeah, this is where we were before tea. We went for tea, so we are here now. So we want to look at the role of teachers as instructional leaders. Now you find that, so we are saying that teachers put a lot of strategies in place with the aim of improving the teaching process for greater student performance. There is so much that you people put in place or you people do with the aim of improving your teaching. You know, you try to improve your teaching so that whatever you are giving to the learners, at the end, the results would be great. So whether these improvements that you are putting in place, whether these roles you are being assigned formally or informally by the school leader, you find that they all contribute towards the school performance, towards improving the school performance. So you find that you contribute so much, even when a teacher is in class, you are contributing to so much towards the improvement of the school. And so we are saying that because teachers can lead in a variety of ways, many teachers can serve as leaders among their peers. There are some of you who are leaders among your peers, among your fellow teachers. You are heading a department. You are leading a team of teachers. You are the one who is leading them. So you find that so some of you end up being instructional. You end up being leaders among your peers. And so, so this morning we want to look at the role of heads of institutions, specifically the heads of institutions. That is, now we want to look at the roles of the deputy and the roles of the principal or the head teachers as instructional leaders, as well as the roles of teachers as instructional leaders. So look at those, we are going to look at those two categories, the roles of head teachers as instructional leaders, and as well as the roles of teachers as instructional leaders. So welcome. So now I want to send you back to the breakout rooms, where I would like you to tell me what you know and also tell me what you want to know as far as the role of teachers as instructional leaders are concerned. So the first one is, what are some of the skills, the knowledge, and the attitude that you already have about the role of teachers as instructional leaders? And then the next one is, what are some of the things that you would like to know about the roles of teachers as instructional leaders? So that is the assignment for this morning. Now I want to bring down the slide so that I can send you to the breakout rooms. I think we can maintain 10 rooms. We can continue with 10 rooms, but thank you. I can see the registration. The registration link is already on the chat, so you can start filling. Meanwhile, allow me to open the breakout rooms. We are still, the number has gone up. Almost, we are now almost, we are 256. So I think we can still maintain the 10 rooms. So you go in, you appoint very fast, you appoint. I want to recreate. Okay, so I'm opening more rooms, so you will now find yourself in the rooms. There we go. Nancy?
Yes, Paris? Yes?
Help me to allocate these people.
I'm doing that.
They are still so many in the room.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, let us. This time there are so many who have one.
Hao wameingia late. When the others are gone.
That is a problem ya
After tea.
So we throw them.
Wacha tuweke tu.
They must be wondering what is happening.
Yeah, wanabebwa. Wanasikia wanabebwa.
Lakini watatushinda hii, tutamaliza saa hii.
Hata si tumewamaliza, naona wameisha.
Mimi bado niko on this side, bado naona kuna Walter Langat.
Ndio huyo naingia. Hawa ni wale wameingia, wachai wametoka. Sawa, wanashindwa watu wameenda wapi? Darasa haina watu.
I know. Ochieng ndio hiyo, Felista.
Naona Mokaya ndio ameingia.
Naona Tamaris ndio huyo ameingia. Sio hiyo. Are we alone?
No.
Oh.
You can join any room now. Just join the rooms. As I
okay.
Just start.
Let me listen to what they are saying.
Okay, fine. Unaona hiyo ya scroll down.
Welcome back to the plenary from the discussion. Somebody saying I'm lost. We are not lost. We are now in the plenary. We have all come back from the breakout rooms. So we want to get the feedback. What do you discuss? We would like to hear from, there are groups that I've never presented. We would like to hear from group 3. I managed to visit some rooms and I'm quite impressed by the presentations, especially what you know. So can we start with group 3? Are you ready? Registration link is on. Yes, Celestine, very good. Celestine, Obuya, unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yes, so in group 3,
yes,
we discussed the following as the role of teachers, though I left before when it was just 1 minute to I accidentally read, but this is what we had. That the role of a teacher, 1, is that the teacher is the one that is giving direction. And this was a point from Mr. George Wanjala, that while in a class, he is expected to give the direction. Then he is also expected to offer guidance and counseling. The teacher is the one that is helping in curriculum implementation. Then he also prepares teaching and learning aids, that is by Jennifer. Then I also said that they are the catalyst for change. Like now we are having CBC in progress. The teachers are the ones that is ensuring the process is rolled out and actually is done as expected. Catherine also said that they are the bridge between the pupil, parents, and the head teacher. They relay relevant information to the needed partner or stakeholders. Then they also support head teacher in implementing curriculum within a school setup. They are the specialists, in that you will find each and every teacher has got a subject or in the role that they will be appointed to take, they will be able to do that. They are also learners. What we are doing now, we are basically learning and all in favor of our learners when they resume. We also discussed on what we would wish to know. And Catherine would also wish to know what other duties can a teacher do apart from teaching. Then Joyce wanted to know what can assist teachers to prepare good learning materials or learning aids. Then I would wish to know how best can a teacher be supported to have good quality time with the family now that we have what is called delocalization, keep on shifting teachers away from their families. How can they be helped in that? Then our last point that will amuse you more than the one that you've just giggled, how to deal with a head teacher who has inferiority complex.
Okay, that's all you want to know.
Yes.
That is for group 3, quite exhaustive. Yes. Can we have, that is group 3, can we have group 7? We have not heard from group 7. So you can know your hand, Celestine. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So we shall see. I can see you have mentioned some of the points that we are we shall come across them later. Yes. Group 7 secretary, where are you? Group 7. If they are not ready, we can pick. Let me see whether the hands are there. Some hands up. Yes, I believe Kariti Rachel she's coming from group 7. Unmute yourself, Rachel.
Yes.
Hello. Which group are you in?
I am in group 8, not 7.
Okay, it's okay.
Okay, in group 8,
yes.
Yes, we looked at the role of the teacher and it said that a teacher is a facilitator, is also an instructor. The teacher will prepare materials and guide learners to be creative, in the learning process. The teacher will also help in the innovativeness and creativity of the learner. A teacher is a counselor. A teacher is a model. He or she is a guardian to the learner. And the teacher also is a monitor. Therefore, he or she monitors the progress of the learners. What we would want to know, the members said that they would want to know the rights of a teacher as an instructional leader, the role of a teacher in CBC implementation, now that the curriculum is already changed. Then we would want to know how a teacher can effectively promote learner-centered approach now that we really have to do it in the CBC curriculum implementation. Then we need to know where can an ordinary teacher practice instructional leadership, the areas, and even as we talk of the school environment, how effective that can be. Then we also would want to know the challenges faced by the teachers in the present time, especially in the use of ICT, because this is something that is a bit new in the new curriculum. Then we would also want to know the ICT lesson integration and preparation in the curriculum to make it a bit effective and very available in the learning. Then we'd also want to know the metrics of a teacher as an effective instructional leader. Thank you so much. This is what we discussed in the group. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. God bless you. You have given us what we have discussed as a group. That is group 8. Thank you. You are quite exhaustive as to what you want to know. Now, the last group I will want to give to group 6. Group 6, are you ready? Or there are so many hands that are up. Maybe we can give to Josephine. Josephine, unmute and tell us where you belong to. Josephine, unmute yourself.
I have done it. Yes,
which group are you in?
I belong to group 7. And this is what we have discussed. The role of the instructional leader or the principal stroke and teacher. 1 is to provide leadership in school in terms of financial support. Hello?
Okay. So Josephine, you are looking at the principal or the head teacher alone as an instructional leader?
And the other teachers, that is.
Okay.
Yeah, then also we have the improvement of school infrastructure. The other rule is to keep teachers motivated, delegate duties to their teachers, and the principals of the teachers, they act as the link between the school fraternity and the TSC or the employer. They also provide materials needed for enhancing learning in the school fraternity. Then we have what we want to know. 1 is how an instructional leader can encourage teachers to enroll in TPD. How can an teacher encourage teachers to have teamwork in our school? And we would also want to know how the principal can motivate the negative teachers. Thank you.
Okay, do we have more hands raised? Madam Paris? Okay,
Sorry, we have more, Nancy, but let us not, we cannot give all of them to present because we still have more activities ahead. We shall give the other groups to present, the other groups to present. So for now, we can just go as per what group 3, group 8, and group 7 have given us. They have, in a nutshell, they are just opened, they have mentioned quite a number of points. And so as we go through, we shall now see whether we are, what they have mentioned is actually what are the roles of teachers as instructional leaders. So we can go now to the presentation. And thank you, because group, I think it was group 7, they started by separating the head teachers, or rather the heads of institutions and the teachers. But now you'll find that also, and there's a group that said, we would like to know in which areas can, or at what level do teachers become instructional leaders. So we shall see that as we look at the roles of teachers. But now we want to separate the heads of institutions as instructional leaders. And then we shall look at also the role of teachers as instructional leaders. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to start with the heads of institutions as instructional leaders. And it always goes without saying that when you look at the performance of our school, when you look at even the academic performance of our school, when you look at the kind of teaching and learning programs that are going on in the school, it will speak so much on the kind of leadership that is going on. So we are saying effectiveness of teaching and learning programs can be measured through learner academic achievement, with the expectation that heads of institutions are playing a key role. So you'll find that sometimes we say when a school is not performing, you check the leadership. So you find that the heads of institutions, the role they play cannot be underscored. So heads of institutions work with their boards of management, as well as the senior teachers, as well as the subject heads, to ensure that there is effective curriculum implementation. You find that as heads of institutions on their own, they would not be able to implement the curriculum. Theirs is more of supervision. Theirs is to supervise, to ensure that effective teaching and learning is going on. So they are there to give the vision, they are there to say what to give direction. Yes, like what most of you have said, that they are there to give direction, they are there to provide the lead, you know, they are the ones to show up, to show the others where is the school going. But then you find that as the head of institution, there is need to collaborate with the senior management to be able to ensure that the curriculum is implemented. So so from here now, we would like to look at the roles of heads of institutions, the roles of heads of institutions as instructional leaders, or the roles of heads of institutions in instructional leadership as far as the schools are concerned. Now, when it comes to their roles of heads of institutions, because I'm taking the heads of institutions here to refer to the principals and the head teachers of the primary schools. So you find that they are supposed to define the school mission. They are the ones, remember we said, an effective instructional leader must have the communication skills. So able to explain, able to communicate where the school is going. What is the school vision and mission? So in that case, you find that after we have known where the school is going, the instructional leader, the heads of institutions as instructional leaders, we expect them now to communicate to us, to communicate to the entire school community how to achieve that particular vision. Because the mission which should be able, is the path, is the channel, or is the pathway to arriving at the vision. So communicating the vision is good. The vision is okay. Setting the vision, you can get a very good vision in a school, but you find that the how to get there, the how, not the where. Where we want to go is okay. With this, we are getting it clearly. This is where we want to, this is where we want to be as a school. But how are we getting there? So the school leader should be in a position to communicate and also to define clearly the school mission on how to arrive at the school vision, to go with the aim of promoting effective teaching and learning. So we are saying that the heads of institutions, together with the staff members, should set the mission, the goals and objectives that will realize and promote effective teaching and learning. So it has to be very clear, ladies and gentlemen. So for us to have effective teaching and learning, the vision of the school, the mission of the school, how we are going to achieve that particular vision should be well defined. And that is one of the roles, that is one of the key roles of the head of the institution as an instructional leader. Now, there is an activity here. We are going to use the chat. We are saying, what is your school's vision and mission? So you can give us, you can give us, in fact, we can raise up our hands. We would like to hear tell us your school. What is the vision of your school, and what is the mission, so that we are able to relate. We want to see whether the school mission is speaking to the school vision. So let me see whether there are hands up. Yes, Susan Ochong, your hand is up. Is it that you have not logged, or you want to answer? Unmute yourself, Susan Ochong. Unmute yourself, Susan. Yes. Continue, proceed. Oh, you have muted again. Unmute yourself, Susan. Susan, are we together? Unmute yourself. Okay, I think she's not with us. I don't want to have the same people again. I want the class should be interactive. Celestine, you have talked. Akinyi, Bernard, you have talked. I'm not seeing the hands. I want to see more hands up. Ladies and gentlemen, remember marks are also allocated for active class participation. So I've just noted 2 people, Celestine and Akinyi. Let me see, is there someone else? Yes, Chisula Mukapana, unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
We are well.
Yeah, I am Chisula Diaziz Mukabana. I teach at Isiolo Girls High School. Our school motto is quality knowledge, or quality education for our future.
Come again, the vision is quality?
Education, our future inheritance. Quality education is our future inheritance.
Okay.
Actually, I think it helps the girls to know that their parents, the days for giving people a physical inheritance may be over, but a good parent may easily give you a good inheritance through education, empowerment. So it helps the girls to know that their parents could be spending a lot, whatever they could have intended to give them inheritance in future, but they have converted it into education. So this education may empower them in future, such that they will be independent, and they should consider themselves having already been given their part of inheritance. I found it so powerful, and I think we always remind the girls they are lucky to be given the education, bearing in mind the community in which they are coming from, and the challenges that surround girl child education. That sector.
And Mwalimu, what is the mission? What is your mission?
Our mission is
Yes.
to be an oasis of education in this area. An oasis. Yani, the way we are in a dry area, we want to provide like that school, that institution is an area of hope, an area of production, where if outside there they are affected by lack of many things, they are likely to find it here in the school. And the majority of the girls know that they come to education to quench they come to that school to quench their education thirst. So for me, I think both the vision and the motto is really applicable in the surrounding that the school is placed and the nature of girls that we are handling.
Okay, so you feel the oasis, that is a spring
Yes.
of life here, okay? Trying to give life to the people in the arid areas.
Yes.
Okay, so that is your mission. And we are saying the mission should actually show us how, like how are you going to ensure there is quality education, which is the future of the future inheritance of the learners. It is communicating volumes as you speak. So
Yes.
I want to believe there is quality teaching and learning in the school for their learners to ensure for there to be quality education, for the child to go home with quality education. So somebody else, thank you so much, Mwalimu. You said you are from Karisa? Which school is that? Okay, can we receive views from Elizabeth Keta? Elizabeth, unmute yourself.
Thank you.
My
name is Elizabeth Keta.
Excuse me, Elizabeth, you give us the vision, the mission, and how the vision can help to enhance teaching and learning in your school. Proceed, Elizabeth.
Okay, I'm Elizabeth Keta from private school, Logos Christian School. It's a mission of Nairobi Chapel. So our mission, Logos Christian School's mission, is to provide a nurturing and biblically based learning environment in which students from diverse background, note that, and with diverse needs encounter God and are disciplined in the Christian faith in order to raise a generation of transformed young people of excellent and of godly character who will be salt and light in the community, reaching out to the world with the redeeming love of Jesus Christ. So before COVID...
Madam, that is a vision.
Our mission, before
that
COVID...
Is your mission.
Yes, it's long, I know.
It's very long.
Our mission, our vision, that's mission. Our vision is educating for life and eternity.
Okay.
As we educate the children to pass exams and do well in their life here, we are also connecting them to Christ. And so that's why our mission also has children with students from diverse backgrounds and with diverse needs. So we take all kinds of children. Before COVID, we had children with special needs, but right now we don't have until later because of COVID, but we are still planning to have them back. And then we also have children from the slums who are being sponsored. So we take children from all backgrounds. So they mix with these other ones, and they should know that everything they do, they're doing it for Christ. Thank you.
Thank you. So your major aim is to impart Christ among the learners.
Yes, educating for life and eternity.
So, so in other words, if when learners from different religious backgrounds come along.
As
Not religious
I talk
anyway.
to
It's
you,
about, yes.
as I talk to you right now, we have Muslims who came to school. Yes, you
Yeah.
told them we are unapologetic Christians, but they're there. We have Muslims in our schools. So we told them, as we pray, we will not send the children out. And they
Yes.
said it is okay. So we have Muslims in our school, as
So
I talk to you.
you embrace diversity.
Yes,
it's good.
we do.
That is good. Thank you, madam. I think we shall
You're
not spend
welcome.
a lot of time from there. But what we are getting, the gist of the matter here is that it is the head of the institution. When we listen to your visions, when we listen to your missions, you find that the two of them should be speaking to one another, because you find that the vision is the end, but the way to arrive to that vision is the mission. So it is the head of institution who should be in a position to communicate well. When you people are talking, we are hearing you, and we are hearing your heads of institutions are talking through you, because you are telling us, because like the one my brother there, was the way he has just explained it, the way the college child, they want the college child to get quality education, because that is the best inheritance that they can ever get from their parents. So this so it meaning that the head of institution took time to communicate about the vision of the school. And thank you, madam, because you have also brought out the vision of your school together with the mission, and how you want to turn around the character of the learners and the values that you want the learners to acquire. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the roles of heads of institutions as instructional leaders. Now, we have just seen that the first role is that they are supposed to communicate or to define, to give the proper definition of the school mission. Where is the school going and how are we getting there? So, besides that, the heads of institutions are supposed also to play a role in managing the curriculum, the management of the curriculum. And I'm happy because when we were looking at when we were in the breakout rooms, the first thing we did in the morning, there are the people who brought out that the roles. When we said, tell us what you already know about instructional leadership. And somebody said that a group said that instructional leaders are those who manage their curriculum. And that is true, because managing and coordinating the curriculum and instruction is one of the key roles of heads of institutions as instructional leaders. So you find that it's about managing, coordinating, organizing, all that, ensuring that there is effective teaching and learning going on in our schools. So when the curriculum is not being implemented, then you find that somebody has failed. So it is the instructional leader's responsibility to be familiarized with and take the lead in matters of the school curriculum. Remember, we say that one of the skills is competence. So you find that besides just ensuring or managing the curriculum, we have said that they also need to take the lead in carrying out monitoring. And so you cannot monitor what you are not competent in. And so as instructional leaders, they need to take the lead in matters of school curriculum practice and development. And we started by saying that the heads of institutions are the teacher number one. They are the ones to take the lead and for the others to follow. So the role of the instructional leader is to see that curriculum is implemented according to the national policy framework. Like, for example, now I'm liking the issue that most of you keep on quoting CPC, because that is the current curriculum reforms that we are undergoing as a nation. We are bringing on board the competence-based curriculum. And so you find that one of the roles of the instructional leaders under managing the curriculum is to ensure that the curriculum is implemented in compliance with the national policy framework that is now the basic education curriculum reforms that are going on now. So it therefore means that heads of institutions have to check and assist the teachers wherever possible to ensure that all aspects like preparing schemes of work, giving them support. We have said that instructional leaders are supposed to over support towards effective teaching and learning. So for there to be effective teaching, you find that there is need to prepare, these are we call them official documents. There are official documents in that, or rather, these are documents that are very important and in the teaching and learning process, like preparation of schemes of work, lesson plans. We need to ensure our lesson plans are up to date. We are teaching the current topic, the current lesson. Formative and summative assessments are being given. They are given at the right time. Like for example, now CPC want to more of formative and less of summative evaluation. So I'm happy because we have done CPC, so we are not going to spend a lot of time there. Now, we want to put more emphasis. We want to take time and look at managing the curriculum. When as much as we are saying that the instructional leaders the heads of institutions as instructional leaders, they are supposed to spearhead the managing of the curriculum. Then what are they supposed to do? So as heads of institutions, what are they supposed to do to ensure that this role is carried out well? So in the process of managing the curriculum, the heads of institutions are supposed to ensure that there is a school timetable. This is a very important document in the school, and even the Minister of Education provides guidelines to that effect, so that there is harmonious teaching going on in our schools. So the school's timetable is the fundamental key for ensuring the smooth flow of teaching and learning. It avoids confusion. There is time to go for extra curriculum activities. There is time to be in class. There is time for everything. There is time for meals. There is time for the learners to sleep. There is time to go home and all that. So the school timetable is key. And one of the roles of the head of institution under managing the curriculum is in ensuring that there is a school timetable. And so, though I know that it's a delegated function, because the heads of, there are teachers who have been given that role to come out with the master timetable and all that. So now I want us to look at this activity. I want us to discuss some of the challenges associated with the implementation of the timetable in our schools. Do you have any challenges while implementing the timetable? Are there some challenges you have come across while implementing the timetable? Let me see whether there are some hands. Yes, very good. Tasmin Chamal, tell us, mute yourself. Yes, Tasmin.
Good afternoon, Malimu. I work with International School of Kenya, and I wanted to talk about, share with you their vision. It is based on their principles are to guide tomorrow's leaders. They do this by developing globally minded students who actively learn, create, solve, and engage. It's about learning more. And so that's basically the mission and vision.
Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you, Tasmin. You are still in the vision and mission.
Yeah, you had asked us a question, so I raised my hand to answer. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Tasmin. Thank you, Karibu, thank you. So I thought you wanted to answer the question on the challenges that you have experienced while implementing the school timetable. But thank you so much. We have had you. Janet Sambu, unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Janet.
Good afternoon. Yes.
Yes.
The challenges that are faced when the timetable is being prepared, one of them is collisions.
Implementation, yes.
Implementation.
Yeah, implementation of the
Yeah.
timetable.
Yes, another one is sometimes there is teachers are unfairness. Am I right? Am I on the right track?
You are talking about the preparation. It's not about the
I'm talking about the
implementation. You are prepared the timetable, yes, but when you want to implement, when you want to put into action, exactly,
yes,
implementation, yes.
So one of them is blending. Sometimes the subjects
unstable network.
Stances and maybe the staff members. Yes, no network.
Yeah, you're having a challenge of network. You have also muted yourself. Unmute yourself, Janet. But we can feel you have a challenge with network. Maybe Silas, Wasike Silas, can you come to the rescue of Janet? Unmute yourself, Wasike.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The challenge is sometimes there are too many timetables. So getting enough time becomes a challenge. The remedial timetable, we have the normal curriculum timetable, we have the games and so on. So fitting within the time which is there in a day becomes a challenge.
So
Yes.
there are many activities. Sometimes there are many activities. All of them are seeking for the attention of the learner.
Yes.
Besides that, Shahenza, unmute yourself. Thank you, Wasike.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I'm Shaenza. The challenge that we experience sometimes is the issue of workload. Sometimes you get that a teacher may be on the timetable, yes, but the number of lessons due to deficiency of enough teachers in school, you realize that he may not be able to deliver effectively, having being that he is having a lot of lessons in a day. And then the second one, we have the issue of absenteeism due to emerging issues, so that you may try to find a teacher, a substitute teacher who can take over the lessons of a teacher who is absent due to one or two issues is not available. Then it means that during that time, the implementation of a timetable during the day, it may not be that effective. And then thirdly, you may find that in our third world schools, the village schools, the issue of absenteeism of students due to fees, you may, one time when they are sending students at home, you may realize that we may have no student in class in that particular time, that implementation of that timetable may not.
Like we have lost him. Have we lost you?
Yeah,
Hello? Yeah, I think we have lost him. I wanted him to tell us some of the measures that now with the challenge of less teachers, with the challenge of absenteeism, what as an instructional leader, what they can do to ensure that this challenge is not there. So maybe we can look at, we can check on some more hands, or let me look at the chat. Few teachers in our school, yes, challenge faced. The Diligence for Excellence is mission. We are done with that, with the mission. Seems the session will be late today. Okay. Thank you, Korir. So that is it. So you can look at it at your own time more later. Now remember, we have just been looking at that one of the some of the roles of the principal, one of the roles of the principal as an instructional leader. And we were looking at the role of managing the curriculum. And under managing the curriculum, we have said there is the need for her to have a timetable. And under the timetable, we also looked at that sometimes there can be challenges. As much as we have a timetable in place to guide allocation of lessons and what have you, and duties, you find that sometimes there can be some challenges. And Mwalimu was just mentioning that to us, some of the challenges they experience when implementing the timetable. Now, still under the curriculum management, the heads of institutions, they have another role of administrative considerations. Remember, it is not just about the curriculum. It is not just about teaching and learning. It's not just coming up with a timetable and ensuring the teachers are in class, the learners are in class, the teaching and learning is going on, but there is also the administrative aspect. So you find that another area of concern within the role of the HOI is to support and HOI's input and support regarding some administrative issues that are directly connected to teaching and learning. So there is so much that as an administrator that touches on teaching and learning. So we are saying that as a school head or as a head of institution, one should ensure availability and protection of the instructional resources. So they they provide. Remember, it's about supporting the curriculum implementation, supporting the teaching and learning process. Nancy, you can mute that one. So, as heads of institutions, you are supposed to provide those instructional resources and also ensure that the time is well spent, because you are supposed to be time managers. You manage the time well for the learners as well as the teachers. It's also important to note that administrative tasks that are directly connected to teaching and learning are not solely the responsibility of the deputy head teacher. Many times we have been saying administrative work should be for the deputy. No, you find that those tasks are just delegated, but it is the work of the head of institution. So the head of institution as an instructional leader needs to directly be involved in administrative tasks that are related to curriculum management. Remember, this is curriculum management because we want everyone to have the competence. We want everyone to have the feel, and the heads of institutions should be on the lead. They are the ones to provide the leadership as far as the curriculum management is concerned. So now we looked at the first role of the heads of institutions as providing or defining the mission, managing the curriculum. Now, another number 3 role is supervising teaching. So that you find that like you supervise, it is supervision of the curriculum implementation. And when the implementation of the curriculum is going on, the heads of institutions are there to provide supervision, and they are supposed also to guide where it is necessary, where they feel a teacher has gone out of context, they are supposed to be brought back. Besides that, you also find that the teachers are supposed to be given feedback on how they are performing. Like for example, now if a head of institution has gone for lesson observation, feedback needs to be given to the teacher. And when it comes to the assessments generally in the school, the head of institutions should ensure that feedback is given to the learners. Feedback is given to the learners. And in CPC, we talk of positive and constructive feedback is given to the learners. Another number 4 role of heads of institutions as instructional leaders is professional or staff development. Now, this is where, now that we are talking about the heads of institutions promoting or organizing in-service training for their teachers. That as heads of institutions, you are there to provide a conducive environment for teachers to further their studies, for them to develop themselves in their careers, So you find, so we are saying that this could be organized within the school. We can have people coming to school, maybe the teachers can take courses in school, but in most cases, you find that it is external programs are the most preferred. Now you are saying using the chat as an instructional leader. You have organized several workshops and seminars for your teachers in order to improve on their teaching. However, there has been low turnout and many teachers choose to stay away, meaning as an head of institution, you have opened your opportunities for the teachers to go for workshops, to go for seminars, to develop themselves, to grow in their subjects, to grow in their teaching areas. But then there has been a low turnout. So we are saying what strategies can be used to make teachers appreciate such workshops as part of their professional development. If you are an instructional leader, what can you do? If you are a head of institution, what can you do? Yes, let us have the answers on the chat. You can reward those who decide to go further. Very good. Give them incentives. Somebody, Judith is saying you give them allowance.
Allowance.
You can reward them. You can motivate them. Yes, there's so many people are talking about motivation. So it is like, yeah, maybe when they go for that, when they go for those workshops, those seminars, when they take a course, you can find a way of recognizing them. You recognize them. So how can you encourage more teachers to enroll for TPD? So that is now for the ed teachers. How can they as individuals promote, help encourage teachers to enroll for TPD as their professional development course. So another role of the ed teachers as instructional leaders is motivating the teachers through subject advisors. Like for example, now you find that motivation is defined as the ability of head of institution to influence both teachers and learners to work positively towards the school main aim, which is to improve the teaching and learning outcomes. And so as institutions need to put effort in motivating both learners and teachers. So we are there to motivate, put measures in place to motivate the teachers, put measures in place to motivate their learners so that they can all work hard and we shall achieve better results. Monitoring and assessing learner progress. This was well brought out in the presentations, that one of the key roles of heads of institutions as instructional leaders is to monitor and assess learners' progress. So learning should not just be continuous like that without any monitoring and any assessment. Assessments be provided and also feedback be given to the learners. So that is a critical area for the heads of institutions. Heads of institutions are also supposed to promote what we call an instructional climate, a climate that is conducive for learning, or rather for teaching and learning. So effective instructional leaders shape and create an environment that promotes both teachers and learners to meet their full potential in teaching and learning. Like for example, now some of us can be very good teachers, but when the environment is not conducive, you find that even the motivation to teach is not there. So it is about the heads of institutions providing a conducive learning environment. And even for the learners, when the teachers are motivated, when the teachers are able to deliver and they are enjoying what they are doing, then you find that even the learners will be saying, yes, I loved what the teacher is doing. And we are assured of quality teaching and learning going on. There is There is an activity here. We are about to finish, don't worry. There is a video clip here that is talking about a positive school climate. How a positive school climate contributes to the performance of learners. And so we are saying that one of the roles of heads of institutions is to provide a positive school climate. So maybe we can listen to this video clip, and then we see what this all about.
The Ministry of Education Policy and Program Memorandum, PPM 145, defines school climate as the learning environment and relationships found within a school and school community. But there's so much more. A positive learning and teaching environment is essential if students are to succeed in school. We all play an important role in modeling positive, inclusive, and respectful language and behavior in schools and classrooms. To help achieve a positive school climate, TVDSB actively promotes and supports positive behaviors that reflect our board's code of conduct, equity inclusive education policy, and character development initiatives. We also encourage and support the broader community to become involved in this effort through participation in the safe and inclusive school team. As educators, administrators, students, and community members, it is important to understand why school climate should matter to you. School climate is the emotional well-being of the school and all who are in it. When you are an active part of building and strengthening school climate, you are a part of the solution. Making your school a better place for students to learn, teachers to teach, and families and community to be part of. Beginning with positive relationships often allows us to head off behavioral or classroom management issues before they start. Improved and consistent communication between all stakeholders, including parents, guardians, and school community, are important pieces of the overall school climate. Positive school climate is associated with academic achievement, effective risk prevention efforts, and positive youth development. Lastly,
okay, it has come to an end. So it is talking about a positive school climate. And so we are looking at how the heads of institutions can promote a positive school climate. Because you find that unless we have a positive school climate, we cannot talk of effective teaching and learning going on. We cannot talk of the instructional leaders supporting teaching and learning. And so what the clip video has brought out is that there is need for communication. There is need for effective communication from the heads of institutions. There should be positive relationship between the community and the school. It's also bringing out issues of risk prevention again. Like for example, now we looked at in chapter 3, comprehensive school health and safety. So issues of safety is paramount, and maybe things to do with academic achievement. So, so what is the role of instructional leaders in promotion of an instructional climate? So you have listened to the video, and because you will have the slides in the, you will have them live in the virtual canvas, you can listen to the video again and see what are these roles, what is the role of the instructional leader in creating a conducive school climate, whereby the parents can,
the Ministry of Education,
whereby the parents can feel welcomed, the community, they are proud of the school, the learners are feeling safe, and there is good academic performance. So the last part of the presentation today is we want to look at, before we come to the end, we want to look at the role of a teacher as an instructional leader. Remember, we have just concluded with the role of heads of institutions, roles of heads of institutions as instructional leaders. And now we want to look at the role of a teacher as an instructional leader. And one of the roles of a teacher as an instructional leader is, on the teaching and learning process, is provision or we can talk of resource provider. Like when you listen to the video clip of teacher Tapichi, You saw the way he would even come to class with his mobile phone, and he would deliver a lesson, a science lesson, a topic in science using his laptop, his own personal laptop, and a mobile phone. And so you find that sometimes when the resources are not there, you have to be innovative. You improvise. So teachers help their colleagues by sharing instructional resources. Like maybe a teacher wants to go to class to deliver on a subject or a given area, you can help them to come up with the resources. You can improvise for one another. So this might include the websites, instructional materials, all that, books, lesson plans, and all that. Teachers, one of your roles is also, as an instructional leader, is that you become an instructional specialist. There was something that one of you was mentioning when you were when you were giving us points from the breakout rooms, that you are specialists. And so you'll find that you are specialists in the sense that you might have carried out a research. You might have come out with some findings on better methods on better pedagogical methods or skills that you can use, and the learning becomes more interesting, and the learning is learner-centered, and the learning outcomes are being increased. So you'll find that in that way, instructional in the sense that when we talk of instructional, it is teaching. So you can be specialized in a particular area, and then now you impart your colleagues, or you cascade the same knowledge with your colleagues. You share the same information with your colleagues. Besides being an instructional specialist, you also find that you are a curriculum specialist. You are the one who is implementing. You are an expert in your area. Maybe you are an expert in CRE, you are an expert in arts and all that. And so you find that you now give your best in that particular area. You are excelling in that particular area, and you are giving the lead, you are providing the lead in that particular area because you are an expert in that area. You are also a classroom supporter. And you find that classroom supporters, they work inside classrooms to help teachers implement new ideas. Often by demonstrating a lesson, you can go teach. You can also give feedback. Like for example, now when you can go to class and support one another. Like maybe I always give this example. When I was newly posted by the TSC as a commerce teacher, that time we used to have commerce and accounting, and you find that accounting. So unless you have done accounting as you majored in accounting, you find that there were some topics in accounting that were a bit challenging for somebody who has just done commerce. So we would go to class with my colleague, and I would sit at the back as he was tackling that particular some specific areas in accounting. When I was teaching economics, when I was having an economics class, because I majored in economics, she would come and sit at the back of the class and listen to me as I take the class through economics. So you find that so that is called teaching. And maybe now you find that I've come to provide when I was teaching for her. When I was teaching my class and she was sitting behind to hear what I was teaching, I was giving her support because she has come in just to get to so that she can be better. I went to a class so that I can better myself because she's giving me support. So as colleagues, we are supposed to give one another support. You as a school, as an instructional leader, you are supposed to provide one another support. You co-teach with one another. You observe one another's lesson, and you give feedback. You give feedback. So the person who is giving out the support now is the one who is providing the feedback. Like when you sit at the back and you are able to listen to what the other person is teaching, then you are able to give feedback on what the person has done in a lesson observation. something else, as a teacher who is an instructional leader, you are supposed to facilitate learning. There is learning facilitator. Well, in this case, we are saying that you are facilitating professional learning opportunities among staff members is another role for teacher leaders. Like, for example, now you encourage your colleagues. You encourage your colleagues, you give them opportunity. You might not be the head of institution. You are not the head of institution, but there are teachers below you. And you want to, you encourage your colleagues to develop themselves. Because when teachers learn with and from one another, then you find that you are going to move as a team. You are going to move as a team. So give colleagues room to develop one another, and also encourage teachers to work among themselves. Even if you are the one leading them, the ones who are below you, let them mingle, let them share knowledge among themselves as much as possible. So their professional learning becomes more relevant, focused on teachers' classroom work, and aligned to fill gaps in student learning. So what we are talking of is that we promote as a instructional leader. You promote a community of learning, to promote a community of learning among the teachers, whereby teachers are able to share knowledge among themselves as much as possible. You are also a mentor. As an instructional leader, you are a mentor. You are mentoring those who have just come on board, maybe from other schools, or maybe from colleges, and they are still finding their way on how they are trying to settle. As an instructional leader, you now come out strongly, and you show them the way. So being a mentor takes a great deal of time and expertise, and makes a significant contribution to the development of a new professional. There are new professionals, there are new teachers who have come on board into the teaching profession. They need to be mentored. They need an expert to show them how to maneuver their way in the teaching profession, so that when they settle, when they are being mentored, they are being inducted well, then you'll find that they will settle quickly, and there will be less challenges. We are also saying that teachers as instructional leaders, they are supposed to be school leaders. You are a school leader. You are a school leader. You are a school leader. In the sense that if you are serving in a committee, maybe a committee like school improvement team, you are a head of department. You are like somebody saying, acting as a grade level. You are supporting school activities. You are representing the school in community activities. So you find that you are there. You have gone there as a leader. You are representing your school. You are representing the school. So an instructional leader shares the vision of the school, as we had said about the school principles, aligns his or her professional goals with those of the school, and shares responsibility for the success of the school as a whole. So as a school leader, for example, now as a teacher who is an instructional leader, you are the one now to like, for example, now you are a head of department. You are the one to show the direction. You are the one to provide guidance to your fellow colleagues in that department. Teacher, as an instructional leader, you are a data coach. You have all their data about their learners, all their data about their performance is coming to you. And so teacher leaders can lead conversations that they engage their peers in analyzing and using this information to strengthen instruction. Like, for example, now you can get the results from or the performance of every learner and discuss with your colleagues about the performance of every learner, and see what can be done to that particular learner who is weak in physics, what can be done to that particular learner who is weak in languages. Maybe you might decide to give them additional remedial lessons. We are also saying that teachers as instructional leaders, you are catalysts for change. And this point was brought out, I wish I had noted down the person. When you brought out, I think it was group 3, when they were talking about what they know as under the roles of the role of a teacher as an instructional leader, and they talked of catalysts of change. So you find that as when there is, for example, now the new, I like the example she brought out, like the paradigm shift that is now on, whereby now we are shifting to CPC. You find that we have teachers already who have come out so strongly, as champions, and they are spearheading the change process. So a teacher, as an instructional leader, can also be, is expected to be a change catalyst. And I think this is the last, is that a teacher, as an instructional leader, is supposed to be a learner, always on the run to get new information, demonstrating lifelong learning, and using what they have learned to help their learners to achieve. Like in TPD, in TPD, we normally say, like when you were taken through the final synthesis, that thing that you learned in what you have covered in the introductory module, what have you learned? How did you apply? How did you apply what you learned to improve on the performance of the learners? So the last one here, we have an activity: identify various situations in the school where a teacher can exercise instructional leadership. Yes, we have given so many of your roles as a catalyst. Yes, as a catalyst of change. Where can you exercise that? Under which circumstances? Under which situation? Yes, so you can look back to the roles of a teacher that we have looked at, and maybe give us on the chat, maybe tell us on the chat one of them, and how it can be exercised. How you can exercise it as a teacher.
It is already there in class and when on duty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Number 12. With number 12. How to handle discipline in school. Class teacher. As a class, managing the classroom. Yes.
In sports department. In games. Classroom head of department. In case of an accident, being on duty, club patron, during co-curricular activities, in clubs,
in subject panels,
assembly.
Good.
Yeah.
Master teacher, panel aids, very good. Thank you, colleagues. I can see you are in a position to identify the various situations in your schools, where as a teacher you can exercise instructional leadership, where you can come out strongly and provide the lead. So discuss how teachers can benefit from communities of practice at their school. Like for example, now when you work as a team, when you promote community of practice, when you promote collaboration among yourselves, sharing ideas, sharing information, sharing practices among yourselves, then how are you going to benefit from it? Maybe just the two things I can yes, when mentor student leaders. How can you benefit when identify prefect council? Yes. So you discuss among yourselves when mentoring student leaders. Okay, but we are saying when you work as a team, when you promote, when you encourage communities of practice, that is when you are learning together. You know that learning together. Like when I do some research and I come out with a new, and and I find that there is a new way we can do things, I bring and share to the group, then you find that we are all going to benefit. Now, lastly, ladies and gentlemen, you'll find that teachers also have a role as administrators. Administration is not only left to the head of institution and the deputy, but you find that also teachers have a role as administrators. And we are saying the instructional roles of teachers is central in the achievement of the learning outcomes of the learner. So in addition, you are also expected to undertake administrative roles to support your instructional roles. So some of the administrative roles that you play as teachers includes the following. One is interpretation and implementation of education policies and guidelines. Have you been involved in the implementation of these policies? You find that the policies can be met at the top, but you find that they are cascaded down. They are brought down to the schools, and it is you people, it is the teacher to implement these policies. Like when it comes to even, let us look at we can have a policy like noise making, or a policy to maybe on absenteeism. So you find that that policy that has been guided, or even the policy on examinations, that policy that has been put in the school, that has been brought up in the school, it is you, the teacher, to ensure that you are in a position to interpret and to implement it, and you implement it. Promoting harmonious relationship, that is ensuring that there is a good working relationship between the school and other stakeholders, like the parents, like the community, and even those people. Those sometimes we have guest speakers come to the school to come and talk to their learners. So we are the link. So one group talked of the bridge, that you become a bridge. Thank you so much. Ensuring safety and health of learners. That one we say is paramount, that the learner must always be safe. So you find that when you are ensuring safety of the learners, when you are ensuring there is a good relationship, when you are relating with the parents, when you are communicating with the parents, you are carrying out administrative roles. When you are implementing the policies, you are carrying out administrative roles. Something else, when you are promoting discipline, when you are ensuring there is discipline in the school and dealing with those indiscipline cases, that is an administrative role. Communicating with parents of a particular class, that is administrative. Organizing academic clinics, like when we have the parents come to discuss or the performance of the children, that is administrative. Ensuring that the necessary instructional materials are sourced, are filled and utilized by teachers and learners to support the curriculum implementation, that is administrative. Overseeing implementation of remedial actions to support learners with performance gaps. Like for example, now when you take the lead and ask, organize among the teachers to ensure that those learners that are lagging behind, they are brought on board with the others. That is, when you are overseeing the entire process, that is administrative. Ensuring security of instructional resources, like sometimes you are given books, you are given textbooks, you are given equipments to be the custodian of those resources. When you ensure that those things are well kept, when you have records, when you provide records, that is administrative. Management of co-curriculum activities. Some of you are patrons for sports, for those particular clubs and societies. That is administrative. And I'm happy that when we were looking at some of the situations that you can come out strongly as an administrative leader, you pointed out on the chat. So finally, ladies, can we discuss the administrative roles played by the following in the school? Yeah, we had pointed out some of the areas, and you had said subject teachers. Where can you, where does your administrative role come here as a subject teacher? Maybe on the chat. Where can your administrative role? Can you discuss your administrative role here? What is the administrative role that you can play here as a subject teacher? On the chat, yes, let me see. Issue textbooks. Yeah, as a subject teacher, you can issue textbooks. Very good. Any other? You can also promote discipline. What about a class teacher? What about a class teacher? You are a class teacher. How can you promote administrative role? You can teach, yes, you teach the class teacher, discussion on performance. As a class teacher, also you have something on discipline, very good. And attendance register, yes, ensuring that all the learners are there in class. What about teacher on duty? When you are on duty, how can you carry, what is your administrative role played? How is this administrative role coming out in as a teacher on duty? Yes, let me see the chat. Teacher on duty, smooth running of the school, you are monitoring to ensure that all is content. Yes, Nancy?
Taking the roll call. They are talking of discipline.
Wonderful. Maintain discipline. And lastly, when you are in these clubs, if you are the patron of the clubs, how will your administrative roles come out? As a club patron, discipline, maintain, take roll call of the members of the club, linkage, maintain cleanliness. As a club patron, what is your administrative role? Good. Now, thank you. So now I want us to write on the chat. I want you to think of one thing that you did well that contributed to your group success and share with us on the chat. Just indicate just one thing that you contributed towards the group success today. Let me see. Keeping register of members. Oh yeah, good. You chaired group 6. Congratulations. You organized activities. Contributed to ideas. You answered that question on the chat. Thank you. I was the chair. Wow. And then we said you don't write in uppercase. That is shouting. Giving answers to activity questions. Very good. You are the secretary. Wonderful. So people were active in class. Now, so after doing the group processing now, we want now to do the reflections, and of course the reflections. This one, we are saying we have looked at the concept of instructional leadership. Take time to reflect on what you have learned and complete the following statements. But remember, this is what we are going to do in the virtual canvas. What have you learned today? What are you still wondering about? And then what do you need to learn more about? So, so ensure that these things, it is good to do it immediately, because now we have come to the end of the topic on instructional leadership. So what have you learned today? What is it that you have learned today? And what are you still wondering about? What do you want to learn more about? So that is for the virtual canvas. Now, as a take home for today, is that we have looked at the roles of teachers as instructional leaders, as well as administrators. So we have seen some roles that are common to both, while others are distinct. So we expect you to draw a Venn diagram illustrating the similarities and the differences between roles of teachers as instructional leaders and also as administrators. So separate the two. That you should be in a position to separate that these are administrative roles, and these are roles of a teacher as an instructional leader. And just a reminder is that you need to fill your day's reflection and post your responses on the virtual canvas. So that is, so you go to the virtual canvas and instructional leadership, that you find that you will get a place where you are supposed to click submit. the dialog box will open, and you should be able to type your answer, you do your reflection, and then you submit. Actually, not actually on the submit. There is, when you scroll down, there is a place, there is a template for reflection, and then now you are able to fill your answers or your points. Yes, let me see what is happening. Otherwise, that is the end of today. But I want to hear what is happening in the chat. I've learned more on the roles of teacher. Now, Elika, you put them on your reflection. Take them to your reflection. Kindly share your YouTube link for yesterday's class. Oh yeah, we are going to give you, as I promised, for those who came late, we are going to give you videos on how to access, on how to develop an e-portfolio. So thank you so much. Thank you, Christabel. Thank you. I've learned the characteristics of people are still discussing about institutional leadership. Roles of heads of institution, create facilitation. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good afternoon. So see you tomorrow. Tomorrow you will have somebody else. Otherwise, I wish you all the best, even as you come to a conclusion of the introductory module. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Paris, for that good presentation. I would wish to tell the participants that the registration form for yesterday, ikipita imepita, so ensure that you fill each day's registration form. And also when you're entering, you name your gadgets. That's why we encourage you to name your gadgets, because that is also evidence that you are there. And at the end of this, we are going to get some snapshots where you'll be required to have your videos open. And then now we can get the photos, your snapshots. Others, thank you for the good presentation. Although I can see there's one, Paul Oganda is saying that he has a burning question.
But we have not prayed. Yes, yes. Paul. Yes, Paul. Maybe after Paul we shall pray. Yes, Paul. You can unmute them, Nancy.
Paul.
You can unmute them. I'm trying to share.
You can talk. You can talk now.
Okay.
Yes.
My question is on the. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My question is on the assignment or the activities. When we go to virtual campus, we are seeing activities, assignment on activities and also on case study. I've not heard you talking about them. So I am confused. Do they count or we just ignore them? Because you are just talking of reflections only.
No, okay. For the case studies and the activities, they are not going to be graded. They are not going to be graded, but it's for practice. It is for practice. What is going to be graded are the reflective channels, e-portfolio, and the final synthesis. But these ones this is for internal consumption. These are like the take homes that you give your learners. But these are the three are more or less like the summative. But now we find that you are supposed also to attempt them, make an effort of attempting the activities and also the case study, but they are not for grading.
Okay, and also I can add, Madam Paris, they also enhance your content, your materials and learning when you go through them. Yeah.
It is for your revision. Is that clear, Paul?
It is clear now.
Okay. But we are not saying that you don't attempt, you attempt them. Okay, anything else? Now, Paul, can you pray for us? Can you send us with a word of prayer? So we are already at home. Paul, I thought somebody was to pray.
Let us end the session with the word of prayer.
Yeah.
We are praying.
Mm.
Our kind and loving Master, we are very grateful for the day that you've given us. Oh Lord, in the morning, we ask you for success of the session. You've taken care of us. You've enabled us. You've given us understanding until we've come to the end of it. We are thankful and we are requesting you, Lord, so that tomorrow you also give us a prosperous day so that we can continue with our learning in peace. Enable our facilitators to have more knowledge of emphasizing on our studies so that all can be well. We thank you in Jesus' name.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Madam Perez, we can take the snapshots. Yeah.
Now.
Stop sharing to get the white.
Okay.
Have your videos on. Have your videos on.
And most of them have gone.
So I don't know. We'll take the few and then they come and say hawakukua. Okay, they are ready. I can see wameanza kuchangamka.
So put on your videos. Videos should be on.
Wamefungua. Lucy ni kama aliacha akaenda. So I'm there.
Okay, let me
I'll tell you when I'm through.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Nancy. Some videos hawakuweka on.
Wengine hawajaweka. Labda wamewacha gadgets wakaenda.
Yeah.
Umejua tuko holiday bado.
I know. Okay. So mkuwe na good afternoon.
To meet saa ngapi kesho? Mapema. Muingie mapema. 8. Okay, bye. Okay.
Nancy.
Yes.
You can unmute. You can enable all of them to say hi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can enable them to say hi.
Waambie waongee.
Now you can unmute yourself and say hi to your colleagues.
Had a burning question. I think I hope I'll get it tomorrow.
From Muranga. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
New Year.
Eri, how are you?
Hi.
I'm in Muranga. Have you been?